I'll call the special meeting of the City Council to order at 5:29. Claudia?
5:30.
Okay, wait 1 minute, sorry. 5:30. I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:30. Claudia?
Councillor Tukolsky. Councillor Chenoweth.
Here.
Councillor Benner.
Here.
Councillor Geary.
Good evening.
Councillor Cunningham.
Here.
Council President Peralta.
Here.
And Mayor Morris.
Here. Councillor Tukolsky is just a couple minutes out, so he'll be here. Tonight we have a public hearing, and the public hearing is to consider ordinance number 5175, an ordinance memorializing the City Council's decision for Empower appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of sign exception SE 1-25, Planning Docket AP 2-26. The order of the procedure for tonight's hearing is set out in detail in our city code. In brief, we will start with a staff report. Next, the applicant and appellant will be asked to provide testimony. Next, the public will be asked to provide testimony. Testimony will first be taken from those testifying in support of the application, then from those testifying in opposition to the application. The applicant, appellant will then be given time to respond to and/or rebut any evidence presented. After the staff report and after testifying, the people testify, councilors may pose questions to the mayor to be addressed to the person who testified or to staff to clarify any information that was conveyed in the testimony. I will ask everyone who signed up in advance to testify first in the order in which they signed up. Then I will ask if anyone present at the Civic Hall would like to testify. And then I will ask anyone who is on Zoom who has not testified but would like to testify to do so. Once the City Council has heard from everyone and the City Council is satisfied it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the City Council will close the hearing. Deliberations and will occur during the agenda item 7A of the regular City Council meeting, consideration of number 5175. We wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. However, we request that you refrain from repeating testimony already given by someone else. If you agree with what someone before you has said, but you also want to ensure you have legal standing in the public record, please provide your testimony indicating you concur with what has previously been said. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. We will time the testimony and provide you with visual warning when there is 1 minute remaining. Since this is a legal process for considering a land use decision, we need you to state your name and address for the public record so you can receive a written notice of the City Council's final decision. We ask that you keep your documents relevant to the discussion and concise. A staff report was published 7 days before the hearing, and it identifies all the applicable criteria. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards those criteria or other criteria in the plan or plan use regulation which the person believes to apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the board based on that issue. Failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity, that is always a hard one for me to say, to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue will preclude an action for damages in circuit court. This public hearing is a quasi-judicial hearing to consider ordinance 5175. This ordinance memorializing the city's council's decision for Empower appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of sign exception SE 1-25 planning document on the docket AP 2-26. The property is located at 750 Southwest Booth Bend Road, tax lot R442902600. The applicant is Shayla Wolf Howell of Empower. The public hearing is open. As a reminder, following the staff report, we will hear from the applicant, appellant, then public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Does anyone wish to object to the jurisdiction of the City Council to hear this matter? Okay. Does any counselor wish to make any disclosure, abstain from participating or voting on this application?
I have one minute.
Counselor Tukolsky.
Yeah, I just want to state for the record, I've been in the facility both day and night and all throughout it. So it's not going to affect it, but I just wanted people to know I've been there. Thanks.
Any other counselor? I just want to state I've been to Empower. I have talked to Shayla a year ago, I think May of 2025. And I was made aware of a post, I don't know if anybody else saw, in regards to social media from our planning commission, one of the members of our planning commission. But none of those will affect my decision tonight. Anything else? Okay, have any counselors visited the site? Yeah. Thank you. Does any counselor wish to discuss their visit to the subject site? Okay. Does any counselor need to declare any contact prior to this hearing with the applicant or any other party involved in this hearing? I just did. Anybody else? Okay. Will community development, let's see. Will Community Development Director Richards please give a presentation of the land use application? I need a break.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. So before we begin, I just had a quick process question for Missy. Missy Ryan is online. She is our special legal land use attorney that helps us. The social media post that was just referenced, Missy, we have not entered that into the record. Should we be doing that?
Thank you, Heather. That's an ex parte contact, so it does not need to be entered into the record, but I do want to suggest that if we could just go back 30 seconds and if the mayor could just ask anyone who's present, either in the room or on Zoom, if they would like to rebut or respond to the substance of that ex parte disclosure and also the site visits, that'll complete the city's statutory obligation.
Okay, does anybody on the council or in the room want to dispute or rebut, I guess?
Respond to.
Respond to.
You know,
I just wanted to clarify.
ask questions of.
Respond to the social media post. Councilor Peralta.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I didn't visit inside the facility. I visited exterior, both sides. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody else? Nope.
Sidoni, we will need you to use a microphone.
Hi.
Sidney Winfield, 549 Northwest Birch Street. I was advised by council that I could participate after our planning commission meeting as a private citizen of McMinnville. I posted the social media post as my personal
Okay.
social media. I have no idea how much it was shared, but it went off as my personal individual social media post and not as anything to do with the planning commission.
Okay, and that was city council, our city councilor? Council?
And additional council.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other comments?
Thank you.
Okay,
Also, I wanted to make sure to enter into the record that we have received 4 pieces of public testimony in the last 24 hours that we have sent to you as city council that were not in the staff report and will be posted tomorrow. Those letters of testimony was one from the McMinnville Area Chamber of Commerce, one from McMinnville Economic Development Partnership, one from Sidoni Winfield, and one from David Bates that went to Councilor Geary and was forwarded to the rest of the councilors. So tonight you have a public hearing to consider an appeal of a planning commission decision. It was a denial of an application to have an exception to our sign standards relative to docket number SE1-25. I'm going to introduce the presentation and then tag team it with Matthew as we walk through the Planning Commission decision for you. So what's important for you to know is you are reviewing what's being appealed is the Planning Commission's decision and findings. So the findings document that you have, that's an attachment to the ordinance, and that's also in the staff report and meeting materials, are the findings of the Planning Commission that walk through every step of the criteria and why they found the way they do. And that's the document that's being appealed tonight. You can go to the next slide. So Empower is appealing the decision of the Planning Commission relative to their application for this exception to the sign standards. The exception they want is to allow a standalone 300 square foot electronic changeable copy sign. For an exception, Empower must provide proof, so the burden of proof is on them, must provide proof that they need the exception based on the standard and threshold of need defined in the criteria of the code for exceptions. So we have tests in our code to demonstrate that we will allow an exception to our sign code based on different hardships that are being identified, and then there needs to be proof that those hardships are being realized. So the Planning Commission decision, their findings was that the sign proposed is actually a video sign, and you have the definition of a video sign in your staff report. The definition of the video sign comes from our code. It's considered an electronic changeable copy sign, so it's a type of electronic cable changeable copy sign. This is gonna be hard for me all night. ECC sign. But it's not allowed in our code. It's a prohibited sign. And the definition for it is that it has the capacity to be a video sign, and it has the capacity to have both horizontal and linear graphics. So despite the applicant's assurance that some of the mechanics would be turned off, that wasn't the Planning Commission found that that didn't meet the definition of making it not a video sign, because it has the capacity to be a video sign. So it is still considered a standalone electronic changeable copy sign with both vertical and horizontal video capacity. That was the first finding of the Planning Commission. So as a video sign being prohibited in our sign code, the test for it to be able to allow it to allow someone to use a prohibited sign in our sign code is that they need to demonstrate loss of all economically viable use of the property and or substantially interfere, that not having the sign substantially interferes with the owner's use of the property. So the Planning Commission found that Empower did not provide adequate proof of that type of hardship warranting the need for a 300 square foot prohibited sign. So they didn't provide the proof that there was loss of all economically viable use of the property or that it substantially interfered with the owner's use of the property. Now, the applicant argues that it's not a video sign because even if it has the capacity, and there is an argument for the definition of capacity, both in the Planning Commission's findings as well as the appellant's appeal, but that it's not a video sign. The sign proposed is not a video sign, but it's an electronic changeable copy sign. And that's based on their assurance that some of the mechanics would be turned off. They wouldn't use it the way that it could be used. But even with that, the Planning Commission found that it is still a standalone electronic changeable copy sign that's not encapsulated with another sign, which is not allowed. So in the McMinnville Municipal Code, an electronic changeable copy sign is only allowed when it's part of another sign. So either a freestanding sign, so that'd be a sign on a pole, or a wall sign. So it's part of another sign and not a standalone sign. And so from that basis, the Planning Commission determined again that they did not meet the criteria of a prohibited sign for getting an exception to our sign code. The Planning Commission also found that if the city decided that it was an electronic changeable copy sign, so we're saying that it doesn't actually need to be part of another sign as defined by the code, and that it's just a request for a larger sign from 24 square feet to 300 square feet, that they still didn't meet the test of the required test for the exception for what would be an allowed sign, but having a substantially different infrastructure allowance for it. So going from 24 feet to 300 square feet is something like 12 and a half times the size of the sign. So the Planning Commission determined, the test for that determination is that they need to show that there is an unnecessary hardship. So not being able to have, that they're not able to do what they want to do with the 24 square foot allowance, and that they need the 300 square foot allowance as their minimum allowance to do what they need to do. Otherwise, it's an unnecessary hardship on the property. That also, and these are all three together, so all three need to be determinations, that there is also no material damage or prejudice to other properties in the area, and that the request will not be detrimental to community standards. So the Planning Commission found that they did not demonstrate the unnecessary hardship requiring the largesse of the electronic changeable copy sign. They determined that there wasn't an unnecessary hardship because the city actually has the ability to do wall signs that don't have any limitation in size on a business, and there are many businesses in the community that advertise through that mechanism. Then they also determined that determination that there's no material damage or prejudice to other properties was not also proven because there's other properties along Booth Bend Road that are also industrial properties that have the visibility from the highway, which is the unnecessary hardship that the appellant is arguing that they aren't able to advertise to people going by on the highway. But there are other properties who also have that capacity to do that, but are following the McMinnville sign code and did not put those up. And then thirdly, they determined that the request that will not be detrimental to community standards was not met because the city went through a 3 to 4 year process back in 2004 to 2008 to work on a sign code based on reaction to several large billboards that had gone up in town, and we didn't have a sign code. And so City Council directed the Planning Commission and the Planning Department to put together a project advisory committee comprised of business owners and residents to have a discussion about what type of signs we want to allow in our community, what type of signs we don't want to allow in our community. And they spent 2 years in that dialogue, developed a draft code, and then spent 2 years vetting that through a public hearing process. Part of that process included that any signs that were not conforming with the size standards that were in the new code would be considered non-conforming signs and would need to be removed by December 31, 2016. So I started at the City of McMinnville August 1, 2016, and my first charge was to do the enforcement of these non-conforming larger signs in the community. At that time, we had about 200 of them, and we sent out a mailing. And based on that mailing, we got responses from several of the larger billboard companies saying that we couldn't make them take it down based on what was in the code at the time. So we had to actually rewrite the code for these non-conforming signs to be able to get them into conformance. And we spent another 2 years as a community between 2016 and 2018 discussing that. Since that time, we have been enforcing the code, and of those 200 signs that were out of conformance, about 75% of them have now come into conformance. So business owners have been bringing their signs into conformance relative to size. That's in the sign code. So that was all demonstration of the community standards in terms of not wanting large signs in our community for businesses. And the city and the Planning Commission determined that their request was detrimental to community standards based on that history. So we're going to talk a little bit about the history of the sign code, which I just described to you, what the existing sign code is, the applicant's request, the Planning Commission decision. We'll go over that in more detail, and then the decision before you tonight. So as I said, we adopted the sign code. This is the first time the city's had a sign chapter in its zoning ordinance, which I find remarkable. If you talk to any planner, we all hate working on sign codes because it's very emotional to anybody who has signs, and it's a tough topic to discuss. But to not have one as a city until 2009 is fairly remarkable. But it was adopted by ordinance 4900, November 5th, 2009. And it responded to that community outcry about the several large signs that had been recently installed. It was started in 2004 with City Council direction to work on a sign code. It established that working group of residents and business owners that met for 2 years, and then it had 2 years of public engagement and information sessions. Okay, we can skip this one because I already told you about the 200 signs that were non-conforming and 75% have been brought into conformance. So this is an example of that. This is actually recent in the last 2-3 days, I think. We've been working on this sign since 2019, I believe, with this property owner. So this was one of our last largest non-conforming signs that we were working through that were on shared property with a shopping center. Reached out to the shopping center owner and said, we have this, as a community, we have this standard. We really want to work with you to reduce the sign that you have there. It was a new owner of that shopping center. And he's been working with us for the last several years to bring those signs into conformance. So the sign you see on the left is one that people recognize for a long time here. It was also one of the ones that sort of pointed us in the direction we went as a community. And the sign you see on the right is the new sign. I will tell you, this was a 6-figure change for them to do. So it's not inexpensive for people to bring their signs into conformance with the city, but he understood the values and the code, the regulations that we had and the reason that we had them. So the existing sign code, we have several chapters in our ordinance that talks about signs. The first chapter that's relevant to what's going on tonight and is in the findings document. So the first chapter is 17.06. That's where we have definitions, and that's where you'll find the definition of electronic changeable copy sign and the definition of a video sign. Then we have our sign code itself, which is chapter 17.59. And then we have specialty sign codes in our downtown design standards and our 3-mile lane area. So both the downtown design standards and the 3-mile lane area take the existing sign code and actually reduce the allowance for signs that are allowed in those areas. So we do have restrictions on wall signs for downtown in terms of size. And then for the 3-mile lane area, we have actually restrictions on size, location, and types of signs. And that was based on, again, community standards. So community wanted the Highway 18 to serve as a gateway to the community, did not want the signage clutter. And so if you drive down 3-mile lane on Highway 18, you'll notice that it is devoid of a lot of signage clutter, but the businesses are all able to operate within their vicinity with the signage that they have. How we review signs is we review them as an administrative review. So if you meet the code, it's fairly clear and objective. It tells us how big it can be. It tells us what type of sign it can be. And so when you come in and we look at the specifications and see if it meets the clear and objective standard. So it's a fairly easy review. It's a $150 application. And we usually can turn that around in 2 to 3 weeks because of how easy the review is. And we have about 30 to 40 applications per year that we look at for signs. And we don't have an administrative variance for them. The variance is this sign exception standard that we're talking about tonight. Some of the discussions have been about whether Empower has the opportunity to create visibility for their business on Highway 18. And we wanted to share with you what is allowed in terms of the different tools in the toolbox for businesses here for their signage program. So as I said, in general, except for the downtown 3-mile lane area and Northeast Gateway area, there is no limit to the size of wall-mounted signs. So you can put as big of a sign as you want on your facade. You can put it on all 4 sides of your facade. We actually don't limit the size of it. We don't actually, we're content neutral. So as a city, you can't actually review what is on the sign in terms of the message or the graphics. And so it's just size that we're regulating. There's no size regulation for wall-mounted signs. So that's kind of a misconception in the community right now with this discussion that's been taking place with the Empower sign request. I had a couple of businesses call me and say, are we no longer allowed to have larger wall-mounted signs? That's the rumor that's running around in the community. And so we had to assure them, no, that those are still allowed. We're talking about a video sign instead of a wall-mounted sign. And so this is an example of one of our industrial businesses that's using that size allowance for a wall-mounted sign to advertise their business and to get visibility in terms of Organic Valley on Highway 99. The electronic changeable copy sign that is allowed in our code is sort of that classic, what we call reader board sign, if you want to think of it that way. The 24 square feet that's allowed as part of another sign, like a wall sign, or these are all free pole signs. It's meant to be something that's a component of the larger sign, but not the whole sign itself. And the fact that the video sign definition talks about both horizontal and linear capacity is demonstrative of the fact that that type of sign is meant to be taller and bigger than this reader board sign. So the reader board sign is allowed as an electronic changeable copy sign. The bigger, more depth sign, the video sign, is not allowed. And these are some examples of how people have used them. So to advertise, we're hiring, to advertise, we're open, however the businesses are using that, there's the ability to do that with a reader board sign in a electronic manner. Our prohibited signs, so we have a long list of prohibited signs, and we provide that to you, but one is a video sign. And the definition of a video sign is an electronic changeable copy sign providing information in both a horizontal and vertical format, as opposed to linear, and having the capacity to create continuously changing sign copy in a wide spectrum of colors, shades, and light intensities. This definition was the crux of the Planning Commission discussion, in that the sign proposed has both a horizontal and vertical format as opposed to linear, and has the capacity to create continuously changing sign copy in a wide spectrum of color, shades, and light intensities. That was the Planning Commission's finding. So when looking at exceptions, the criteria we use in the code is 17.62.120. This is where we call the test. Here's the test you need to meet to get the exception. And it talks us through it. Now, B and C are the two tests. And depending on whether it's a prohibited sign or it's an allowed sign, but you're asking for an exception to the size restrictions or something of that nature, is what part of the test you have, which pathway you have to take. So if it's a prohibited sign, the test is part C. If it's an allowed sign, the test is part B. So we have to, in part B, the three-part test is the exception is necessary to prevent, so this is if we find that the sign is actually an allowed sign, that an exception is necessary to prevent an unnecessary hardship due to factors such as topography, location, surrounding development, lot shape, or lot size. So are there unique circumstances to that property that where if you aren't allowed to have a sign of what you've requested, that it creates an unnecessary hardship? That the granting of the exception will not result in material damage or prejudice to other property in the vicinity, and the request will not be detrimental to community standards and the appearance of the city. So all three of these need to be met to find an approval of an exception to the sign standards for that pathway. For the Part C, it's a two-part test, a much harder test though, and this is for prohibited signs. So it makes sense. If the community said we don't want these types of signs in our community, then it's a much harder test to be able to get the sign as part of your community. So the two-part test, and it's or, so one of these applies, that not having the ability to have the sign denies the owner of all economically viable use of the property on which the sign is located, or substantially interferes with the owner's use and enjoyment of the property on which the sign is located. So that's the economic hardship test. And with this, I'm going to turn it over to Matthew. He's going to walk through what the actual application is.
Thank you, Heather, Mayor, City Councilors. All this is in your packet. I'll just touch on some of the details in each of these. This is a stitching together of two different photos, as it should be clear. But the application is for a 300 square foot electronic changeable copy sign, 30 foot by 10 foot. The sign on the right there is existing, the sort of blue dark EMPWR. The other is the copy electronic changeable copy sign. A couple details about the sign. This sign is capable of dimming. It incorporates multicolored LED lighting. The copy changes electronically. It is capable of providing information in both horizontal and vertical formats, 300 square feet, and it is a standalone electronic copy. The sign is proposed as a wall sign. As we already discussed, there is no limit in size generally to a wall sign. However, electronic changeable copy signs have a max size of 24 square feet. Correct, and part of a larger sign, greater sign. A couple notes about the Planning Commission decision. Planning Commission first met on January 15th. The Planning Commission took public comment, closed the record. The applicant utilized an additional 7-day period to submit their final argument. Planning Commission met again on February 5th and denied the sign exception application unanimously. Part of the discussion was whether the sign was a video sign. Much of that conversation pivoted on that word capacity. The Planning Commission determined that capacity was meant in its plain, ordinary, and common meaning, the ability to. So in this case, the ability, let's see, an extra slide, sorry about that. The ability to create continuous changing sign copy. The applicant argued that they would limit that. However, the plain and simple meaning was what the Planning Commission decided. This was mentioned already, but one quick, again, sign code and state law around signage is content neutral. Tonight, we are not reviewing at all the content of a sign short of explicit content. Planning Commission criteria A determined that it was not satisfied. The applicant did point to visibility to freight carriers and employees traveling Highway 18. They found it to be critical. They also argued that a 24 square foot sign would be illegible from Highway 18. However, the applicant is not limited to using an electronic copy sign. That is a decision that they made in this application. In addition, their distance from Highway 18 was also a decision. The setback in this zone is 5 feet. The wall that they are proposing to install the sign on is about 160 feet from their property line. The Planning Commission found that criteria B is not satisfied. Again, they argued they could not convey their message legibly because of the distance from the highway and the size limitations. The applicant did note that they were not applying for criteria C1. Therefore, our focus is just on C2. Again, C2, an exception may be granted if the property owner established that the strict enforcement of the ordinance will substantially interfere with the owner's use and enjoyment of the property on which the sign is located. The Planning Commission determined this standard was not met. The applicant failed to show their need could not be met with a sign that met the sign code. Here's the criteria here, again, already reviewed.
So before you tonight is the question of, do you agree with the Planning Commission's findings? So their first finding being that it's a video sign relative to capacity, has the capacity to be a video sign, and thus is prohibited per the definition of video signs. As a prohibited sign, Empower is not demonstrated that without the sign, they have lost all economically viable use of the property, or it substantially interferes with the property owner's use of the property. I thought I was running it and pushed the arrow button, and he moved it just as I pushed it. So I was like, oh, I can run it. Sorry. The other question for you is, do you agree with the Planning Commission's findings that what's being proposed is a standalone electronic changeable copy sign? So if you determine it's not a video sign, the Planning Commission also determined it's still not prohibited because it's a standalone electronic changeable copy sign, which is not allowed. It needs to be part of another sign, a freestanding sign or a wall sign. So therefore, the exception, if you do decide that the exception would be for size and for the fact that it's a standalone electronic changeable copy sign that does not have the capacity for a video sign if you decide that. Then it needs to meet the criteria for 17.62.120B with the special and unique property circumstances that create unnecessary hardships, does not create material damage to adjacent properties, and is not detrimental to community standards. So all three of those apply, and that there's an economic hardship. If you do not agree with the Planning Commission's findings, what is your finding and why? It must be relevant to the McMinnville Municipal Code. It needs to be relevant to the definitions of signs that are in the code and the review criteria for exceptions, understanding that this finding can set a precedent for future exception applications. So for instance, if we find that businesses with frontage on a major highway need to have the ability for an electronic changeable copy sign of a certain size, for visibility for pass-through traffic on the highway, that then sets the standard for other businesses to come in and ask for that same exception because we've already created that finding. And then if you feel that what the economic hardship standard is, so part of the criteria is it has to demonstrate economic hardship. So you're establishing as a finding what is economic hardship, what's the standard, and do we have the burden of proof that that's been met? So if the economic hardship is I can't get visibility to people passing through on the highway that's adjacent to my property, then that's the economic hardship standard that can be used for other properties within McMinnville as well. So before you, ordinance number 5175, that has the decision document of the Planning Commissions and their findings. As you move forward, if you have the opportunity to conduct the public hearing, deliberate, and affirm the Planning Commission decision by approving ordinance number 5175, adopting that decision document and findings of fact and conclusionary findings. You can conduct the public hearing, deliberate, and amend the Planning Commission decision by approving ordinance number 5175, but amend the findings within it. So you also are denying the sign exception, but you have different findings than what the Planning Commission had. Or you can conduct the public hearing, deliberate, and approve the appellant's request by approving ordinance number 5175, and then provide findings for that approval. So why you have what are the findings for the approval relative to the criteria in the code? With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
We're going to start with Councilor Peralta that has a question.
Thank you. It wasn't a question, but can you go back to the decision document from the Planning Commission, please, just and put that on the screen? Go one more. You kind of went through that really quickly and I didn't get a chance to see it. Nope, the next one.
The table.
Yeah,
Did you want, oh, sorry, it's so much slower on the screen.
There.
that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Any councilors have questions for staff at this time? Councilor Geary?
Thank you. Can you just make sure I understand some dates? I wondered if we could talk through the procedural findings section in the packet, just to make sure I understood some of the dates of when things were closed and opened and submitted, and how we are or aren't supposed to be looking at and responding and taking in information relative to those allowable dates and allowable information.
Can you give us page numbers?
The one I'm looking at, PDF page 8 from the packet, or 8 of 393, or page 6. It's known by many names, this page. And the heading is procedural findings, and it talks about the record was closed on the 15th, and the applicant reserved a 7-day comment period, but then an email came in on the 22nd, so I just want to check.
Did you want a full review of those notes or a specific one?
Please, just to have that explained to me. I know, I feel like I'm more familiar with instances where we get to the end and in the room, the applicant says, oh yeah, we're good with what happened here tonight, we'll waive it. So I guess I just want to refresh her on, no, we're going to keep the 7-day thing open, and is that in the 7th day, is that not in the 7th day? So.
Great, that's a great question, and thank you for that. So when the Planning Commission, at the first evidentiary hearing, which occurs with the Planning Commission for your land use applications that go to the level of Planning Commission and City Council, when the Planning Commission finishes taking public testimony, there is a decision then to make for the applicant and the Planning Commission, which is the Planning Commission can choose to close the public hearing altogether, and then the applicant then has the opportunity to provide what I call closing argument, right? So they have 7 days to provide their closing argument. That means there's no new record being promoted, there's no new evidence being put into the record, it's just the closing argument for the quasi-judicial trial, if you want to think of it that way. The other opportunity pathway that's in front of Planning Commission and the applicant is to do what we call the 777 rule. And so the applicant then and the Planning Commission can have a discussion about closing the public testimony part of the public hearing, so the oral public testimony, but the applicant has the opportunity to 7 days to provide new record, if they want to provide new record for the Planning Commission to consider. And then and the public, so the record's kept open for 7 days, anybody can provide anything. And then the public has the opportunity to respond to whatever was provided in that first 7 days, in the second 7 days, and then the applicant has the opportunity to provide closing argument on any new record that came in as well, if that makes sense. So in this particular case, what happened was the record was closed, and the applicant chose to take the 7-day closing argument path. And so they had 7 days to provide their closing argument, but because the record was closed, they couldn't submit new materials. They did, as part of their closing argument, submit a new letter into the record, and it was determined that that was not permissible and couldn't be part of the record for the Planning Commission's decision-making, so they didn't actually even receive the letter, but they did make a decision. We put it on the record at the Planning Commission, let them know we had received something, but that it did not go to them because it wasn't part of the public record, and they just voted on what they had. Was that your question?
Yeah, so in other words, everything that I see from the sign company isn't in the record and to be considered.
Well, you're in a de novo situation. So a de novo situation means that new evidence can be submitted to you as the city council as part of this public hearing. And so I do believe that that's been submitted to you by the applicant.
Okay.
For you to consider at this public hearing. I will say at the Planning Commission public hearing, the applicant did share what the capability of the sign was, the equipment, the infrastructure, and that they would be not utilizing some elements of that. So the letter that the sign manufacturer provided reinforced that, but the Planning Commission had been aware of that.
Okay, so it wasn't in their official documentation book that they considered and used to make their decision, but it's in the appeals process, it's joined our onboarding of information that we're going to here in a few minutes when we open this, use to make a decision.
If you look at the original application, there's specs for the sign in the original application, and so that's what the Planning Commission saw, and it showed those capabilities and those specs as well.
Very good, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time from the council? Councilor Peralta?
Thank you, Mayor. Matthew, you had made reference to the setback limits, and you'd said something about a setback being limited to 5 feet, and the distance in this case was 160 feet. And I didn't understand the context or importance of that remark. Can you kind of elaborate on that, please?
Yes, of course, thank you. At the crux of this is, I think, the two different uses of the word setback. So the applicant has a building that is set back from the property at 160 or 170 feet, forgive me for not knowing exact. But in concept of land use, that building can be all the way up to 5 feet from the property line. So it is not a limit of the property that the structure can't be that close to the property line. So it is not a site-specific, as planning tends to use the term, limitation. It is a decision by the applicant on where to place the building that is limiting their ability,
Thank you.
in their words.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have a question. I just would like to make a couple of clarifications.
We can't hear you, Chris.
Oh, fantastic.
Too much tropical behind you.
You're on, but
Just, yeah, volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Had it on the wrong microphone. Sorry. I just wanted to make a clarification. I had the distinct honor of being part of the citizen committee that was involved in drafting the sign ordinance. Was my first parlay into civic engagement. My takeaway from that is not a necessary agreement with how it was described in the presentation so far. And so I just wanted to clarify that what occurred in my memory was that there was a desire to see certain types of signs be removed from our community. This was an attempt to frame an ordinance in order to capture those signs over some indeterminate period of time to remove them. It's interesting that in the process, 200 signs were captured, and none of the signs that we were told in those meetings were among the 200 signs that have been, or among the 75% that have been fixed or brought into standard. All of the signs that we were told was the intended target still stand today. So I just want to clarify that for the record. I don't know that the intent of what was done is really being accomplished. And that, there's good in those in the sign ordinance. I don't want to hammer it with a hammer, but this is, when planning director made reference to the emotional side of signage, this is one of those hangnails underneath one of my fingernails that has always irritated me how this all played out. So just to correct that for the record, I don't think that was, my sense was it didn't come from the community. It came from the planning director at the time. And that the intent was specific to a specific set of signs we never got addressed. Further, I'd love to see at some point in time this ordinance be relooked at for clarity, because a lot has changed in the signage world in the 20 plus years since this started. So just to clarify the record on those points.
Any other counselor have questions for staff right now? Nope. Okay, so we're going to move on. We'll now start to hear public testimony. Our role is to listen to the public testimony and to ask clarifying questions when appropriate. Does the applicant wish to provide any testimony? Come on up. Please, when you're sit down, please state your name and address, please.
If you can,
Sorry, there you go.
I'm Shayla Wolf-Howell with Empower Nutrition. We're located at 750 Southeast Booth Bend Road here in McMinnville.
I'm Matthew Jurin. Address is 525 3rd Street, Suite 200, Lake Oswego, 97034, and I am counsel for Empower for this proceeding.
Thank you.
All right, well, good evening and thank you, Mayor and council members.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just for the record, because I've been asked the question, I want to make sure Laura LaRocque is also online and she's with the applicant as well.
Thank you.
Laura, do you need to state your address?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Laura LaRocque. I am the land use consultant for this application. My address is included on the application submittal.
Okay, Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys tonight. I'm here representing for Empower USA. We're here to respectfully appeal the Planning Commission's denial of our sign exception request under docket SE 1-25. At its core, this appeal is about ensuring that our proposal is evaluated based on what we are actually intending to do and not what a modern sign could hypothetically do. More important, it's about how we, as a growing local employer and large-scale economic driver, can better connect with its community and continue contributing to McMinnville's future. For those who may not be familiar with us at Empower, we are a rapidly growing company in the global food and beverage sector, but more importantly, we are a local employer, a local investor, and an intentional long-term partner in this community. In just the past 4 years, Empower has invested nearly $150 million into our McMinnville operations. We've grown from 85 employees in 2022 to over 550 full-time employees today. We've contributed an estimated $40 million annually in wages to local households and in the surrounding region, and we've helped to increase national and international visibility to McMinnville. We feel we are a catalyst for the revitalized growth activity along the Highway 18 corridor, and we're just getting started. Looking ahead at the next 12 to 18 months, we're planning an additional 90 to 100,000 square feet of expansion with a new warehouse on our recently acquired neighboring property that has never successfully developed. The creation of another additional 150 to 200 additional full-time jobs, and a continued long-term investment right here in McMinnville. This sign is not about advertising in the traditional sense. We do not have a product to sell other than Empower as a manufacturer, and our need for additional employees is a message that we are trying to communicate. It's about communication and connection with the community. One of our biggest challenges over the last 4 years has been simply letting people know that we're here and we're hiring. Every day, many residents commute to Portland, Salem, or the coast for work, often unaware that there's a great opportunity that exists right here. Our mission is to change that, and we want to bring these people home. This sign would allow us to communicate directly with local residents and those passing through on Highway 18, just to let them know that there are job opportunities. We want to position Empower as the employer of choice within the region and help bring people back into the local workforce, reducing long commutes. We want to continue to grow in a way that strengthens the local economy and community. So quite simply, we need the community to grow with us, and this is one of the most effective ways to reach them. We're not here asking for an exception without accountability. We are here asking for reasonable, collaborative path forward, one that works for both the city and Empower. And that includes evaluating the sign base and its intended use, not the theoretical capabilities. Applying clear and enforceable conditions that ensures it is operated responsibly. And working together to find a solution that supports both community standards and economic growth. The denial was based on the conclusion that our sign qualifies as a video sign because it has the capacity to display continuously changing content. But Empower has been consistent from the very beginning that we do not intend to display video, and we have committed to static images only. We are willing to accept binding conditions to ensure that that remains the case and that this distinction is important. The current interpretation regulates based on what a sign could do, and we are asking to be evaluated based on what the sign will do. If capacity alone defines a prohibited use, then nearly all modern electronic signs, of which there are at least 7 currently within the city limits, that could fall into that category, regardless of how they are actually used. That creates an unclear and difficult standard for any applicant to meet as modern technology has advanced beyond the current outdated ordinance enforcement. We just want to be very clear that we are willing to operate this sign in a way that respects the community. We are open to accepting written conditions such as static images with no animation, motion, or video, minimum display times of 8 to 10 seconds per image if they were to change, automatic brightness controls with reduced levels at nighttime, and directional calibration to minimize light overspill. Additional measures such as nighttime dimming during migration periods to address environmental concerns, and adapted sign design being framed so it meets the requirement of being part of a permanent wall sign. We are not asking for unlimited flexibility. We're offering a controlled, responsible solution. Our location presents unique challenges. We are in a general industrial zone, not the main retail business or pedestrian corridor. Our building is nearly 200,000 square feet and significantly set back from Highway 18. Traffic speeds are 55 to 60 miles per hour, where a 24 square foot sign is functionally ineffective and more dangerous to vehicle traffic for people attempting to decipher its message at that size. So strict application of the current size limit does not reflect the realities of this site or corridor. A larger sign is not about excess, it's about basic visibility, functionality, and scale in reference to our unique facility. Empower is proud to call McMinnville home, as well as I am. We are investing here, hiring here, and building our future here, and we want to continue doing so in a partnership with the city and the community. So this request is about creating a practical way to communicate with local residents, support our workforce, and continue contributing to McMinnville's growth while still respecting community standards through reasonable conditions. So we respectfully ask the City Council to reverse the denial and approve the sign exception with appropriate conditions. I thank you guys for your time, your consideration, and for your continued support of local businesses like Empower.
Thank you. Did you have anything that you would like to say?
I do, Mayor, but I'm going to turn it over to Laura first.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Sheila, and thank you, McMinnville City Council. So again, Laura LaRock, and I just wanted to not repeat what's already in the application, but just highlight certain items. So I will share my screen now. And you should be viewing here. Let me move this out of the way. So the image before you today is also included into the record earlier this afternoon. What this image depicts is how the proposed sign can be encapsulated or enclosed by a boundary of a wall sign so that it is actually a part of a wall sign. So to walk you through the image, there is a solid blue border that surrounds the sign. And the next image that's included in your packet would show you what that would look like from the building standing within the property boundaries. So this is considered option one for including or encapsulating the ECC sign into a wall sign or frame. Another option that could be considered is taking the proposed sign and including it or attaching it to the existing Empower lettering that's already existing on there. So it does have the ability to have the proposed sign to be encapsulated or a part of the existing wall sign on the building. When reviewing the packet, I had noticed that there was some materials that were missing, and I just wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to take a look at those tonight. So on the screen before you today, and I should pause, is everyone able to see this fine?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this shows a building elevation. This is the south elevation of the building that faces the highway. The top illustration shows the visibility and how the scale of the proposed sign would be seen when you're sitting on the highway frontage. The image below this shows what the permitted sign of 24 square feet and how you wouldn't even be able to see the lettering on that sign if that was to be installed. So this illustration really shows that as the top one here, the size is not out of character or scale of the building, the elevation itself. And it is the size that allows motorists and folks from that public right-of-way to be able to read the text of that sign. Installing something on that lower image on that required the minimal size simply just wouldn't be able to be readable from the highway. So the second document I wanted to just point out that's now been included into the record is an exhibit from Sign Dude, which is the sign manufacturer. And this talks about the capability and limitations that can be applied to the proposed sign. So the sign, it can be programmed to be static images only. It can limit functions that it otherwise would be allowed to have, such as scrolling or flashing. The time period between images can be programmed and restricted. And images can be static without any sort of animation that attends. So next I wanted to kind of just walk through some approved signs that were permitted in the city to give you some context on the variations of what a permitted ECC sign looks like in the city. And I'll switch over to Street View here. So the first sign, this was actually included in the staff report. It talks about a business that's in town, and it shows how a reader board can be affixed to the bottom of a sign. And I think a video is worth 1,000 words, so I'll just go ahead and show the capabilities of this sign. So there's a time counter on the bottom of the screen, just shows after about 5 seconds, the image is on the screen, fades, a new image comes in. And then after a few more seconds, there's a swipe, and then an image that is pulled up on that screen. Second example you can see here is from South Store in McMinnville, a storage facility. This is a slightly larger kind of reader board that's encapsulated in a pole sign. And this one here, if you review video, you'll see is somewhat similar to the last example. It has some scrolling images, some fading that comes up. The messaging changes over a period of just a few seconds. There is color that's depicted on this. And then within just a few seconds, those images change and switch. There's some continuous scrolling of lettering that occurs along that sign as well. Another example, this one is permitted more recently. So this one was referenced as a Ford dealership in town. This is an ECC board that has been installed within a monument sign on the site. We have some video imaging of this sign as well. So this sign is a little bit more dynamic. It has some words, some color. After about 9 seconds, it switches an image. It has some lightning bolts that continuously scroll across that screen. A lot of changing text, bright colors, and some functionality here. And then the last one I wanted to show is a couple examples from Linfield College. These two boards that you're seeing on the screen here, one is a scoreboard, the other one is a reader board that's directly adjacent to that. And if you will bear with me just a minute, I will scroll down to the Street View and show you a more recent board that has been installed. And so this is visible from the street right away on actually both sides of the road frontage. And this one is described in the press from the date when it was installed as one of the largest electronic displays in their division. It has the capability of video display. The size on this one's about 60 foot wide by 30 feet in height. So, almost 1,800 square feet is the size of this sign. And this was permitted in just recent years. So those are just a few examples included in your packet. It talks about the zones where these signs are located, gives you some reference maps. You'll see that some are in a commercial zone, some are in industrial zone. Linfield College is actually located in a residential zone. You can see it from two highway or road frontages there, and quite a bit larger than what's proposed. So what city staff has approved is a wide range. I mean, they depict a reader board in their staff report, but you can see from these examples, some of the ECC signs that are being approved are quite a bit larger. They're more of the primary sign, whether they're installed on a pole sign or on a monument sign. And they have a wide array of ability to do multicolor, horizontal, vertical screening, continuous changing text in some of those items. And then the last thing I just wanted to highlight today is the hardship and some of the items that were set by staff. So I think it's included in our application and stated a number of times that, the hardship is really the distance from the roadway. And we're not talking about just a standard frontage that you see here, but there's actually on-ramps and off-ramps that not only increase the distance from the property line, but also just increase the distance from the lane of travel. So when you're looking at other industrial buildings or sites that are located along the same highway, they don't have the same constraint. You're not seeing on-ramps and off-ramps that increase that distance from the property line to the main travel corridors. And staff indicates that, there's the ability to put wall sign to no end, no limits along the frontage of the building, and also indicate that building placement are things that are applicant's choice. I'll talk about industrial building, just how you permit these. It's not uncommon for fire code to require fire vehicle access lanes to surround these buildings. And that's exactly what happened in this site development. The fire code required circulation through the site. The function of an industrial building requires semi-trucks to drop off, receive materials to these sites. So while building placement and the setback could be closer, the building just simply wouldn't function without having a little bit more distance from that rear property line, just to make sure that trucks, fire, emergency access vehicles, garbage trucks, things of that nature can circulate around the site safely, which is not really necessarily an applicant choice. It's just the function of how the buildings are designed and work on site. And then in terms of being able to do unlimited wall signs on there, we really feel that this look is more streamlined, less cluttered, really meets the goals of what the city was explaining when they initially reviewed this sign code back 17 years ago when it was created. And then the last thing I'll just point out is that date. So this ordinance that we're talking about today was established in actually 2008 per the development code. So 17 years have gone by. If you can just picture in your mind about the advances in just cell phone technology, I mean, it really puts it into perspective about just the advances in sign technology. So when this code was written, some of these sign types didn't exist. There's just a lot more ability and items that just weren't even considered when this sign code was placed. So with that, I'll wrap up my portion of the application or the presentation and hand it over to Matthew.
Thank you, Laura. Before I get into the substance, I want a quick procedural matter. 2 items were inadvertently left off our electronic submission. That was Shayla's opening statement and then our proposed use plan before the council. You do have the paper copies, but they weren't submitted electronically, and so we can obviously get those to you as soon as possible, but I wanted to make it known to the council. Mayor Morris and members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to be before you this evening. Tonight's decision comes down to 2 questions. First, is the proposed sign a video sign under the McMinnville Municipal Code? And if it is not, has Empower satisfied the criteria for an exception? Everything else, every determination you make tonight flows from question 1. As staff pointed out, it depends on if it's an ECC sign or if it is in fact a video sign, determines which path of the exceptions you choose. Obviously, as already discussed, if it is determined it was a video sign, it is a much more rigorous analysis. On the question of code interpretation, which is going to matter here, and I apologize in advance for a bit of an English lesson, Oregon courts have been clear that ordinances must be construed to give effect to every provision. A reading that renders an express provision meaningless is a reading that fails. That principle is the heart of this matter. The commission concluded that the sign is a video sign because its LED hardware has the theoretical capacity to display video content. Under that interpretation, capacity means the ability or power to do as explained, regardless of how the sign is actually programmed, configured, or conditioned to operate. That interpretation has a fatal problem. That same municipal code that prohibits video signs expressly permits one ECC changeable copy sign per site. Every modern LED electronic changeable copy sign, including the smallest 24 square foot reader board the code allows, runs on hardware that is theoretically capable of displaying video if programmed correctly. Ultimately, this comes down to a hardware and software distinction. Just because there is a light bulb inside of a sign does not necessarily mean that sign is capable of playing video under the code's definition if it is programmed the appropriate way, if the software is appropriate. So if the theoretical hardware capability is the test, there is no such thing as a lawfully permitted ECC sign in McMinnville. The commission's interpretation doesn't just prohibit Empower sign, it wipes out the entire permitted ECC sign category as a whole, and the code cannot mean to do that. The video sign prohibition and the permitted ECC sign category both must mean something. The only interpretation that gives effect to both is one that draws a line based on how the sign operates, not on what the circuit board could theoretically be made to do. The analogy that I came up with, and bear with me, is a car has an engine capable of going 100 miles per hour, but that is not in violation per se of a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, simply because the hardware can exceed it. What matters is how the vehicle is operated, not the theoretical capability of its engine and the guardrails and constraints that are placed on the operation of that vehicle vis-a-vis speed limits. The same logic applies here. What matters is how the sign is configured and conditioned to operate, not what its LED components could theoretically do if someone programmed them. The video sign definition requires that a sign have, and I want to use the code's exact language here because, like I said, the wording is really going to matter here, the capacity to create continuously changing sign copy. The word create is the appropriate word here, not capacity. It describes what the sign does. It's the operational function, not what the underlying hardware could theoretically be made to do, the capacity. A sign that is programmed, configured, and legally conditioned to display only static images does not have the operational capacity to create a continuously changing sign copy. You've seen that in the submission from the sign dude who explained that this sign would be manufactured without that capability, meaning it would not contain that software. And Empower is prepared to enter into a use agreement with the city confirming those exact constraints with you. The commission read the word capacity in isolation and defined it as the ability or power to do, but that reading ignores the word that it modifies, create. Create is the operative word, and creating continuously changing sign copy is an active operational function, not a latent software issue. Again, we have the direct expert confirmation that the company is going to manufacture this sign without those capabilities, so it will not have the capacity to create this video copy that the commission is concerned with. And again, this isn't coming from Empower's lawyer, this is coming from the person and the company who is going to be charged with manufacturing this sign. Now, I won't touch on the signs that are already in operation because I think Laura did a wonderful job of kind of demonstrating what's already in approved land here. And so I'm going to move past that and go to Should the council determine that the sign Empower is looking to install is not a video sign, which is, in my opinion and Empower's opinion, the correct determination, you determine that it is simply an ECC sign, then the exception analysis changes. And the exception analysis that the council should consider this evening is whether or not there was a hardship, and the code allows this exception to exist where an unnecessary hardship due to factors related to location, surrounding development, and lot size persist. This site presents a combination of physical characteristics that make a 24 square foot sign limit genuinely unworkable. As already presented to you, Empower's facility is approximately 200,000 square feet. It sits at a significant setback from Highway 18 for reasons given by Laura, and traffic on the highway moves between 55 and 60 miles per hour at regular. A 24 square foot sign, roughly 5 feet by 6 feet, is physically invisible at that distance and at that speed, as you saw in the demonstration. It's not a preference for something larger. The sign, that is a sign that exists on paper but can't function in practice. And I would note the opposition letter from Mr. Mark Davis submitted by the commission actually proves this point. Mr. Davis argues that drivers on the highway at 55 miles per hour travel more than 80 feet per second and cannot safely look away from the road long enough to read that sign. That's correct, and Empower supports that. And if that is true, then a 24 square foot sign at Empower's setback is not just small, it's functionally illegible. Mr. Davis's own argument establishes the hardship we're describing. The McMinnville Economic Development Partnership submitted a letter in support, also in the record, confirming that a 24 square foot sign is extremely disproportionate to the scale and size of the building at this site. The standard was not designed for a facility of this size or this setback. The second element of the exception that the council needs to consider is whether or not there's prejudice to the neighboring properties. The standard is met here. The south elevation of Empower's building faces Highway 18. There are no neighboring residential properties with direct exposure to the sign face, and nothing in the record, not the staff report, not Mr. Davis's letter, nor any other submission, identifies a tangible harm to the specific neighboring properties. General opposition to an exception is not a finding of material prejudice under section 17.62120. And finally, the exception must not be detrimental to community standards. There's 2 points on this that I'd like to raise. The exception process is part of the ordinance. An exception granted on proper findings is by definition consistent with the community standards. Because the community sign code, again, 17 plus years old, authorizes exceptions exactly on these grounds, granting an exception is not working around the code, it's implying it. It's allowing the code to adapt to changing times, which I believe Councilor Chenoweth hit right on the head, that it's potentially time to relook at the code because of the advances in the technology and because of the growth of McMinnville. McMinnville's own economic development organization as well, MEDP, submitted a letter to this council that this sign, as proposed, supports the intent of the code rather than working against it. The voice of this organization, whose purpose is to advance McMinnville's economic and community character, is telling you that approval is consistent with that character. Empower is not asking for unlimited discretion, as Shayla testified to previously. Empower is asking for a conditional approval with enforceable restrictions. Those restrictions are on record as our use operations, static images only, minimum time of each image, so there is no video-like images created, some sort of fade in or fade out, instantaneous transitions with no animation. The picture will simply change. Automatic brightness controls to adapt to day and night light. Installation as part of a permanent wall sign presentation. If the council finds that necessary, they are happy to provide the frame. And a content management system configured and locked to static images only. These conditions make it legally and operationally impossible for the sign to function as a video sign. They give the city 2 independent layers of enforcement: the conditions of approval themselves and the technical configuration of the sign's own software. The city has full authority to enforce both of those under Title 17. To grant the appeal, the council needs to find that the proposed sign is properly classified as an ECC sign, not a video sign, and that the exception criterion are satisfied. The council may then approve Ordinance 5175 with finding and conditions consistent with our proposed operating restrictions. We're asking the council this evening to adopt alternative 3, approve the appeal. If the council is not fully persuaded on the classification question, we ask it a minimum for alternative 2, amend and approve with conditions, rather than simply affirming the denial. The commission's interpretation of this code leaves no room for lawfully permitted electronic changeable copy sign to exist in this city. The manufacturer has told you the sign can operate as a static image display and will be manufactured as such. Empower has offered every enforceable condition the city could reasonably require and is willing to abide by those. The comparable signs in operating in McMinnville right now tell you that the city has always understood the code is the way Empower is asking you to understand it tonight. We respectfully request the council reverse the planning commission's denial and approve the exception with the conditions as proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any councilors have questions for the applicant? Councilor Peralta?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate your company. I understand you're a co-packer, but I'm a regular purchaser of your Barabel products that you manufacture. You probably spend $500 a year on these things. I'm also a city councilor for the ward where you're now, I believe, the largest employer. I think you've eclipsed Linfield as the largest employer in the ward. So I want to also appreciate what you've brought to our community in terms of jobs and conditions. I just had one question about your testimony related to the sign and the imposition of harm. The city code allows for, as you pointed out, essentially a 2-foot by 12-foot sign that's lit in the way that's been described. And my understanding is that that would be fairly consistent with a visible sign from 150 to 200 feet if you just had a 2-foot tall, 12-foot wide, now hiring sign underneath Empower, similar to what staff put in the report. Is there a reason why that's not an acceptable alternative for Empower?
I agree with you, Councilor Peralta, that if you are standing and looking at a sign at that size, at that distance, you could probably read it. But when you factor in going 50 plus miles an hour on a highway, I think it changes the calculus a bit. And so I think the size constraint specifically is difficult to contend with at the highway speeds with which observers of the sign encounter it.
Can I follow up? Would it surprise you to hear that an industry standard might say that a lit sign of that type would have about a 600-foot visibility? Would you agree or disagree with that?
Having not seen the report or those findings, I don't know that I can go one way or the other. I'm not trying to not give you an answer, but under what conditions the signs are observed, I think is extremely important in this.
It's a vague question. I appreciate you entertaining it. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Gary?
Thank you. I have just 2 questions of staff for follow-up for things I heard. Is this appropriate time or should I wait on those?
Heather, give me,
That's a good question for Missy.
I think we have to wait.
Thank you. Counselor, if you could just ask the questions of any questions of the applicant at this time, and then we can go back and ask our staff questions at the end of all of the testimony.
Okay, I have no questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Benner?
Thank you, and echo Sal's comment, grateful for your employment. You led your argument with how we interpret Oregon law. Could you go back to that and maybe run through that one more time?
Certainly. The gist of that statement is that the law can't be applied in a certain way on one piece of the code that would then give zero power or take the power or application away from another piece of the code. And so in context, what I meant in prefacing with that is the commission's treatment of capacity is a global capability piece that essentially wipes out the ECC standalone board. So these LED boards, for lack of a better term, all have the capability of being video boards. And so that was essentially the commission's treatment in the Empower case, is because this board has the capability of being a video board, it is then a video board. And if you apply that through the rest of the statute, it then essentially nullifies the existence of the ECC classification.
So is your interpretation of that meaning the ones that the other attorney showed us are ECC or are video?
Based on the fact that they're permitted, they are either ECC or video, meeting those rigorous exceptions. And I haven't seen the permits, so I can't answer that directly.
Another question. So you were talking about the hiring that Counselor Peralta noted to you, and you didn't say anything about the sign itself except for the size. A sign like that in a larger size, would that be something to consider? The now hiring, just the one type of sign.
Like the Empower sign that we already have up there in that same format, just now hiring all the time?
It could go on or off.
I don't know that that would always fit the message.
Okay.
I mean, on all the other signs that you've seen, I mean, it changes the temperature, it changes the time, they're constantly changing their message. All of those signs are actually video signs, and most of them are actually being used as video signs. We don't want to do that, but we do want to be able to change our message as it fits our business. What if we come to a point where we're not hiring, or at least not at the pace that we're trying to get the message out there? And who knows what other content we would put up there, but it would be beneficial to Empower, which would not be retail sales, but it might be a message to the community of something that Empower is trying to do.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify, because one of the main things was the hiring, so I just wanted to clarify that piece. Thank you. Counselor Cunningham?
Yeah, I also took from Matthew's information about the setbacks that there's the possibility that a monument sign could be put into a much closer reference to the road, where then a 24 square foot sign would be allowable. Is there a reason why that hasn't been looked at as a potential possibility?
The distance from a 5-foot setback on our property still to the highway, a 24-foot sign still would not be readable, especially at that speed of travel. So but it's about half the distance, so we're still 80 feet and 85 feet from the highway. So 24 square feet is not much.
Okay.
And if I may, I would just add that with the site development, there's other regulations that apply. There's a requirement for landscaping along the highway frontage. Landscaping minimums are met, and there's roadway that can't be blocked and easements in that area as well.
As well as the parking spaces that we had to meet and still make our property functional with fire lanes, trucking lanes that are near impossible to meet all of the restrictions. So landscape, which Laura also handled that for our initial planning, it was very difficult to hit the requirement that she needed to have all of that in, as well as the parking spaces.
Anybody else right now? Okay, I think that's all we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Does any person in the audience wish to speak in support of the proposal?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, our first person who has signed up in support is John Olson.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. I'm John Olson, the President and CEO of the McMinnville Area Chamber of Commerce. I want to start by acknowledging the responsibility that you carry. These decisions are not easy because they're not just about code. They're about the future of our local economy, and that's why this matters so much. Over the past few months, we have seen meaningful shifts in McMinnville's economic landscape. Oregon Mutual Insurance has reduced its workforce by more than 60 positions and significantly scaled back their downtown presence. Lippert, a trailer manufacturer with 25 employees, has exited McMinnville entirely. The Springs Living is in the process of relocating their headquarters and 100 jobs out of McMinnville into Beaverton. Linfield University is in the process of reducing faculty and staff. How many jobs is yet unknown. At the same time, employers like Cascade Steel and others are struggling to fill open positions, often recruiting from outside the area because of housing and workforce constraints. Why haven't we felt the economic impact of those changes yet? It's because of, in the middle of all this economic constriction, we have Empower. They have already stated their growth and their investment. And tonight they're asking for the ability to effectively identify their facility along Highway 18. The current code limits them to 24 square feet electronic display. A sign that size on a large building, set back 160 feet along a highway where traffic is moving 55 miles per hour is not functional. It does not serve their employees or vendors or visitors, and it does not reflect the scale of the facility. That is not a preference issue, that's a real-world limitation. The Planning Commission determined that there is no hardship, but from a business perspective, there is. When standards don't account for real conditions, they become barriers, not protections. And this is where the broader concern comes in. The business community is watching, because this decision sends a message. Is McMinnville willing to adapt when a situation clearly does not fit the mold, or will we apply a one-size-fits-all standard even when they don't work? The question is whether we can also demonstrate that McMinnville is a place that values and supports the businesses who choose to invest here. We have companies who want to do business in McMinnville, but only if we can keep them. I urge you tonight to find a path forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's everyone that's signed up.
Is there anyone else that wanted to speak in support tonight? Okay. Does any counselor need anything clarified regarding the testimony of the speakers tonight? Just the speakers that were here. Does any person in the audience want to speak in opposition of the proposal?
Mayor, can you read the rest of it?
Oh, okay, just a minute, Mr. Davis. If so, please provide the comprehensive plan criterion or McMinnville City Code criterion that you feel that the project does not meet, why it does not meet that criteria, and why you feel that a condition of approval will not help it meet the criteria. If you have a proposed condition of approval to help the project meet the criteria, please provide that as well. Staff, please identify those who have signed up, and we have.
First, we have Sidoni Winfield.
Oh, get back to you, Mark. Good evening, Sid.
Hi, Sidney Winfield, 549 Northwest Birch Street. Thank you all for having us and allowing me to speak. I sent you all a letter last night, which is far more of a summary of my arguments and my points. I do want to hit on a couple of things. I agree with Councilor Chenoweth again. The sign ordinance has taken a while. I actually got on, not putting on my planning commission hat, keeping my citizen hat on, got on the planning commission specifically because of the billboard that came in back in 2000, I don't remember when it was. And at that time, when I was applying, Mayor Gormley and council members laughed at me because they could not believe that we could get a city sign ordinance put in. We did, and yes, the sign ordinance has taken a while to phase out the signs that are still around. So yes, Councilor Chenoweth, it has taken a while. The Safeway sign is the first one that has been phased out. I don't know how long it's going to take for the billboard signs to come down, but eventually those signs will be phased out. And again, I don't know if that also pertains to the signs that Ms. Howell referred to as she was driving around. Additionally, part of the discussion when we were working on the sign ordinances was very much a concern for video signs, similar to the first sign that was in the Pacific Northwest as you head up to Tacoma. At that time, it raised a lot of concern because we were having billboards coming in and we did not, at that time, want to have a video sign that was flashing and a distraction for driving. And so that was certainly one of the things that we were concerned about at that time. I think it's Mr. Dale, Counsel for Empower, refers to capacity. And the issue with that is that if a sign can be programmed, the capacity, once it's manufactured, you can change, the programming can change. We heard the argument at the Planning Commission that they only wanted to have it for location, and they didn't want to have it to advertise. The argument that they just brought up to you was they had an image along with the sign with the QR code. Even at 300 square feet, a QR code is not going to be able to be found as you're driving past. And we cannot regulate intent. That is what they're asking. They're asking us to regulate promise and intent. Programming can change. They're asking it can be changed from a static image. Ms. Howell referred to every 8 to 10 minutes. I don't know what they're planning to do. Asking the city to regulate asking the city to regulate image, movement, color, brightness is untenable. It's an onerous burden on the staff. We don't have the budget to go around and looking at making sure that those signs meet our criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nadia, did you have anyone else signed up?
That's everyone who's signed up.
Mark Davis? Can you check the microphone and make sure, is it green?
Oh, it's turned off. Okay. Mark Davis, 652 Southeast Washington Street, McMinnville. Wasn't planning to speak, but since my testimony was mentioned by the applicant and misrepresented in my opinion, I'd like to explain the point I was trying to make. Obviously, I didn't make it clear enough for them to understand. As the previous speaker related, there was considerable controversy about these signs when we established the sign ordinance 15 years ago or whenever it was. And clearly, one of the reasons I objected to the signs that were being discussed and considered was because they're distracting people from what they should be doing when they're on what I thought mostly we were talking about was city streets, was driving. They should be paying attention to the people in front of them, people turning, all those sorts of things. They're driving a vehicle. This country, you know, more than 30,000 people a year are killed in motor vehicle accidents. I mean, to me, it's a public safety issue. And the idea that we're now going to start allowing signs along Highway 18 with movable script, video signs, whatever you want to call them, trying to intentionally distract people's attention from what they're supposed to be doing, which is driving and paying attention to what other people are doing. There's a lot of people out there that are looking at their phones and they're not watching what they're doing. I mean, people need to be paying attention, and I realize statistically it's unlikely to happen. But this council just spent a considerable amount of money to put up some barriers on 3rd Street for events on something that's statistically very unlikely to happen also. But the way you stop statistically unlikely things from happening is enforcing the rules you have. And I think the exception that the community standards that are built into the sign code, one of those was we don't want to distract people when they're driving down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else that wanted to speak in opposition? Nope. Did any counselor have any questions for the last two speakers? Did you have a question for the last two speakers? Okay. Does the applicant wish to respond to any of the opposing testimony? Okay.
A few of the comments, Sidoni mentioned that, how she put it, that the programming can be changed. But that's what the use plan is for. That is what we want to agree to. We're not expecting the city to police us. We self-regulate. We want to be good partners with the city. We're not trying to do things intentionally against what we're giving our word that we would do, just as we do with all other portions of our building and our business that we are providing to the city and to our members of McMinnville. Mr. Davis, he mentions having video. We have expressly said that we do not want video. That's never been our intent. We don't want flashing. We also agree that that is not safe. It's also not a good look. We are not trying to be Las Vegas. I moved here from Las Vegas. I also don't want to bring that into McMinnville. But we are in a unique situation. We need the visibility. We need people to know that we are hiring. We go to all community events. We try to volunteer. We try to get our name out there. We send out flyers, which we also don't like because we don't want to be sending useless mail out to people that just get thrown in the trash. The billboards that are up now, we are also utilizing, but that those have to change frequently. It's a waste of resources, money, and those standalone from buildings are also unsightly. We do understand that. That's why we're trying to incorporate it into our building design. So we're trying to take a thoughtful approach as well as being good for the environment. So I think what we're doing is trying to work within the regulation that is outdated and trying to get it to change, to understand that we need to move forward with growth. And we understand it as change.
Any counselor have any questions for Shayla? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just interject also, I believe that some of the counselors are going to have questions for staff. And so I do recommend after staff answers those questions that the council provide the applicant with a second opportunity for a short rebuttal.
Okay.
If it would like to.
Okay.
Of the staff responses.
Thank you. Okay, so now it's time for questions from staff. To staff, anybody who had the question? Okay, we're going to go with Counselor Gary first.
I guess two-part. One of those parts has a couple parts. Can you comment on the fire department and fire truck requirements? That wasn't terribly familiar with how that would apply to the rear of the building.
So I'm not an expert in the fire code, but my understanding is they need to be within 150 feet of their vehicle. And maybe my city manager is a better expert on the fire code than I am. But they do not need circulation all the way around the building to be able to suppress the fire. There are code requirements in terms of access to water and also how far they can, the farthest reach of their hose from their fire engine in terms of where that gets established on site, and that's 150 feet.
City manager, anything to add? Or? Okay. So it's more about a reach from any frontage or one particular area. It's not a circumnavigable requirement?
Yes.
Okay. I guess the second would be, in general, the applicant listed off some non-conforming signs or signs that they find suspect, and and should allow passage of this because those exist. Do we have a little bit more of an analysis on those as far as their permitting history, their allowance, their timing? Be curious, a little bit more information on those.
Yeah, so you saw it in real time that I saw it in real time, so I've been trying to look them up. First, I want to say the Linfield sign is exempt. So per section 17.62.040T, as in Tiger, it states that signs located within a sports stadium or athletic field or outdoor assembly area which are intended and oriented for viewing by persons within the facility are exempt from our sign code. If the intention is that it's meant to be seen from the public right-of-way and that wasn't represented to us, we can go into code enforcement on that if that's the case with that. The other signs that were displayed, I've been looking up the addresses and trying to find the sign permits for them. They are not in our electronic files, which state to me that they're either older permits or they were not permitted.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Director Richards, maybe this is a question for you. Would allowing this exception set a precedence that the mega-sized billboards near Les Schwab and Wendy's could become electronic boards?
That's a great question. I actually might defer that to our legal counsel. And billboards, the size of billboards for perspective are 300 to 500 square feet.
I guess
Thank you.
regardless of the size, would it allow those to become electronic billboards?
So thank you, Counselor. The council's decisions that interpret code sections can be used by future applicants, and it would put the council in a difficult position to vary on an applicant by applicant or ad hoc basis those interpretations, and it would essentially potentially open up the council to a claim of acting in an arbitrary and capricious manner. So that's a long way of saying probably.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have a few more questions, if I may. So again, Ms. Bateman, this question I believe is for you. Do you think that approval of this appeal would set a precedent that could be followed by others or would be followed by others if they had the ability? It sounds like the answer to that was yes.
Yes. I think that, again, it would be difficult unless the council could sort of come up with code-based reasons for interpreting the code in this particular situation differently than it would interpret it in a Les Schwab application 6 months from now. Or I can't remember the other large sign that you mentioned. And then, generally an applicant who is then denied in the future is going to come back and say, you're changing your interpretation, not based on the code, but based on the identity of the applicant. So I do think it's important to be consistent in code interpretation.
I may have another question. Okay, Ms. Bateman, I'm not sure where you're at in the world, but are you familiar with McMinnville at all?
I am.
Okay, so let's just use like Safeway or Winco as an example. They have a large frontage area, and they have a front that could actually accommodate a sign that is approximately 12 and a half times the size that we allow today. And it could be I'll call it a rolling JPEG display board. If we allowed this exception, it seems reasonable that this would also allow exceptions into other areas, be it Albertsons, Winco, Safeway. They could also put large boards on their facade.
Counselor, every application does have to stand on its own, but because the code wouldn't be changing, they would have to apply for an exception, but they would be able to point to this particular decision, if that's the way the council went, to say, this is how the council interpreted the code 6 months ago, and we think that that interpretation applies, now all the time.
Thank you.
So,
No further. Thank you, Ms. Bateman.
Any other counselors have questions? Counselor Banner?
I guess for staff, right now, if we said that this is not a video sign, that it's an electronic sign, then the code would allow it if it's under 24 square feet.
Yes, and just for the record, video signs are considered electronic ECC sign. So the definition of a video sign says it is an ECC sign, but then it also has these other characteristics.
And the code doesn't allow us to let safety into the equation. Could we put a 24 square foot sign at a very busy intersection and not allow it because we're worried about traffic accidents? Or is the code sort of immune to those concerns?
I'm trying to think of how to answer that. So the assumption is that the city's already reviewed and evaluated safety when it developed its code in terms of what it's allowing and not allowing in the community. From the standard of safety and many other things, right? So when we develop a code and put the regulations together, the assumption is it's vetted through that lens of safety as well. We wouldn't allow something in our code that would be considered unsafe for the public.
Thank you.
I just want to, one of the things that Shayla had mentioned is that it could have the capability, but they wouldn't use it and they would have an agreement. Just explain to me, just for the record, city's side to accepting or not accepting that.
You often heard in the appellant's testimony the ability to enforce that agreement. So enforcement is a staff resource. If you're asking me what my preference would be, I would prefer that we made a decision one way or the other and not a sort of decision that required management of enforcement that's specific to one property in the city of McMinnville. Because if you think about it, I always think about what's the next generation, what am I leaving for the next generation of staff that's operating this program? And if we, hypothetically create 10 or 12 special agreements with businesses around the community, and 10 years from now, somebody's complaining because that agreement's no longer being upheld. We have 8 to 10 second flashing, whatever, happening on the sign. You city need to go out and enforce that. We need to figure out, is there an agreement? What does the agreement say? How do we go out and enforce it? It's not as efficient, I guess I would say.
Thank you. Just a minute, Chris. Councilor Gary, did you have something?
Yeah, I have
Next.
another unique question. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. When we look at planning and code, and even when there's allowable discretion in that decision-making process, or someone comes in asking for an allowable thing to happen, seems common to me to explore all possible avenues and ramifications for that applicant for what they're asking. So it's common to explore how burdensome that development could be if we allow this thing to happen. So a video sign that can do this should be looked at as a sign that will do that. Similar to ways that if a subdivision is coming in, or a property is changing from one use to another, when it's changing that use, we have to look at the code allows it to do this, therefore we have to assume it could do that and will do that at some point. Is that a commonly used methodology to be thinking about the zoning code?
Yeah, when thinking about efficiencies of managing the regulations for the city, the intention is you've created standards, minimum standards, and those are the baseline standards. And if you're migrating up and down below these standards, independent to different individual projects, it makes it difficult for us to manage.
Very good, thank you.
Councilor Chenoweth?
So following up on a previous series of questions regarding precedent setting, one of the keys in precedent setting is, am I right in believing that one of the keys in precedent setting is that the language of the precedent applies to the future event, whatever future event we're referring to? To draw a finer point on that, if the concern is opening up the doorway to billboards, a precedent that was set regarding signage affixed to a building would not apply to a billboard. Is that an accurate assumption?
Do you want me to take this, Heather?
Why don't I start, Missy, and then you. So I would say, Counselor, it depends on your findings. So and that's how we started this. It's always compelling to want to respond to a really great partner in your community who wants to do something that the regulations don't allow, but you want to be a good partner, you recognize they're a good partner, you want to support them. In terms of, walking through a regulatory decision, it really depends on your findings relative to the criteria that are in the code that are setting the precedents. So if your finding is that the economic hardship that's being imparted on this particular project is that they have a really large elevation and a wall sign, which they can make as big as they want to make, will not do the trick for what they want to do, and what they want to do is X, then we're going to allow Y to happen, then future applicants can come in and say, same condition, I want to do X, let me do Y. So it all depends on how you put your findings together to meet that criteria, which is the precedents for the future.
That's pretty much exactly what I was trying to drive at. Motive of where I'm going, notwithstanding, whether it be a compelling partner or not, the reality is that I think there is other reasons why I would have a difference of opinion about how this should play out, that have nothing to do with not that I don't consider Empower to be a great partner to the community, but have nothing to do with that relationship.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure I leave room for legal counsel to actually respond to your question as well. If I
don't
didn't
have
capture it.
anything to add. That was, I thought, a good summary of the issue. I guess what I would say is, when the findings reflect fact-specific reasons that are based on a particular application, that isn't going to be as precedential as an interpretation of words in the code that apply to every application, if I could summarize it that way.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate your answer.
Councilor Peralta?
Thank you. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the nature of the legal arguments as they relate to the exceptions. So, as I understand it, Empower is essentially saying that this is an ECC sign, not a video sign, therefore it qualifies for the exception under B, even though it's got a 300 square foot size that would exceed what we would allow for an ECC sign, and it's not subjected to exception A, which I assume they believe they would fail that exception more clearly than they do in the case of B. Is that basically inaccurate?
I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I believe what they're saying is that the argument is that all ECC signs are video signs, one, and then two, that they're saying they are willing to accept a condition of approval that eliminates the video sign capacity that's defined in the code. Well, let me continue. And then what was new information tonight, which I thought was also compelling, is because there's a two-part test to what's an allowed ECC sign in the city of McMinnville. The first part is size, 24 square feet. The second part is it's part of another sign. So it's a component of another sign. It's not a standalone sign by itself. So tonight, they introduced the concept of framing it as part of a wall sign, so now it's an ECC sign that's part of another type of sign, so they're eliminating that test. And then the other question would be, is it a video sign, which is an EC sign, or is it which we prohibit, so that's the undue hardship piece of it. And I think they're arguing that's not applicable to them. Only B is applicable because it's not going to be a video sign, and it's now going to be part of a wall sign.
Oh,
Yes.
And the exception is size.
thank you, but the question, really what the question I was trying to get at is whether it was an ECC sign or a video sign, the 300 square foot size is still outside of our code,
Yeah, but that's the exception they're asking for.
under B.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and so, yeah, thank you.
Could you remind us where in the document, I know it's in here somewhere, where we talk about the exceptions?
So I am actually looking at the municipal codes 17.62.120, which I just Googled because I wanted to make sure I was reading the actual exceptions in the statute. I wanted to make sure I understood those.
So Heather, you just said that all EEC signs are video signs?
No.
No, how did you
I
read
said
that?
that's their argument.
That's their argument, but not yours. Okay.
I'm representing the Planning Commission's argument.
I get that. I just want to make sure I understood what you said. Any other?
Madam Mayor, can I also
Yes.
just recommend that, I'm a little bit concerned that the council really wants to head into deliberations or at least discussion, and I do think we need to make sure that
Great.
the council gives the applicant a chance to have a short final rebuttal of what the staff has just presented.
Yep.
I do have two quick questions for staff.
Okay, 2 questions, and then we're going to go back to Empower.
Remind me, Heather, this is regarding code, and I don't have the code in front of me, and I should have it memorized, but I don't, so forgive me for that.
All 400
What is-
pages.
What is the enforcement process procedure for a sign that is out of code?
So if it was so there's 2 answers to that. If it was grandfathered in when we adopted the ordinance for the sign code, there's an enforcement process built into the code itself right now, which is, there's several different tests to it, but a change in use, improvement on the property of a certain value, those types of things will trigger the need to come into conformity with the code for those grandfathered signs. If there's a sign that one didn't get permitted and it does not meet the code, we then go into code enforcement, and the code enforcement is abatement. So abatement is you bring that sign into code, change it, or you remove it.
And is there fines in the process?
There can be fines if they elect not to be voluntarily compliant. We do have the ability to do daily citations up to $2,000.
So code enforcement would be tasked with, if we had some sort of agreement that they had to meet certain requirements and it didn't happen, code enforcement would be responsible for ensuring that it did, or enforcement of it if it didn't, correct?
Yes, and we have that right now. So there's several old embedded agreements in these hundreds of ordinances the city has passed over the years, and we'll get someone in the community calling us about something, and we'll have to go find that old ordinance, figure out what the agreement was, and go into enforcement on it.
Okay, and then the last question is, remind me again, if I wanted to put up a big sign that I painted, so it wasn't moving, it was always static, it was the same, and I painted and I wanted to put that sign on my wall, what's the sign limit for that sign?
That's a wall sign. There is no size limit for that. In the industrial area. Downtown, there's a size limit.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And I just want to let counselors know, especially new counselors like Counselor Benner. So your decision document that you get will always have the review criteria in it. We have a section called review criteria. So page 50 of your packet has the exception code,
Thank you.
17.62.120.
Okay, we're going to go back. Does Empower have a response? Okay.
Counselor Tukolsky, I think you raised a good point about what I'm going to call a slippery slope argument. Is that a fair categorization of if you allow this, then you allow everything, and then Winco could put a sign on their frontage, so on and so forth. And so something that I'd like to draw your attention to is the exception exists, and Section A of Section 120 I think is important here because it specifically calls out that Empower needs to show that there are special and unusual circumstances related to a specific piece of property. And so while I recognize the concern that the council has with allowing this particular sign, each and every single sign seeking an exception of this kind must adhere to the requirements in the exceptions, which are distinct and directly related to that specific property. So not every single property is the same, nor will they meet the same circumstances that would qualify for the exception. The other thing I want to make very briefly is the enforcement mechanism. It's already in place. It sounds as though staff has indicated that there is an enforcement mechanism, and this use agreement that we envision at Empower, and I don't know if we've made this clear enough or not, but we envision an actual executed document that would then sit in that file that could be referenced by the enforcement community, or a recorded document on the property itself. But there are ways that we're not going to hide behind any sort of statement or whatever. There would be an actual executed agreement or recorded document to make very clear what the understanding is and what the requirements of the council or the city are that Empower must abide by. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counselor, can I ask the applicant a clarifying factual question that I think is going to be important? It's something that I think we heard for the first time tonight. I've heard tonight about a static image that changes, and I believe I heard every 8 to 10 seconds. And I think the council could benefit from understanding what the intent is with the changing image, single fixed image, but that changes every 8 to 10 seconds. And would the use agreement embed a specific time for change, the proposed use agreement embed a specific time frame for how often an image would change?
Let me answer your first question. In the 8 to 10 second range was provided as an example to demonstrate to the council that this isn't going to be some flashing, blinking, changing all the time sort of sign, but rather demonstrated static images that will change at designated intervals. And let me ask Shayla for confirmation, but I don't see why Empower wouldn't allow an agreement that has specific intervals delineated in the agreement.
Shayla, you can come back up. Do you want to come back up and state that?
We would be okay with restrictions on whatever interval it is. We just want to be able to change the image, which I believe at the Planning Commission meeting, Sidoni had mentioned that we might change in, every 2 seconds or, every minute, but we wanted to give some kind of time frame, which was, I believe it was referred by our sign manufacturer that 8 to 10 seconds was a long enough time frame where people obviously driving by, you're not going to notice that it changed, and it's not going to be flashing. It's nothing that's going to be drawing a lot of attention because it is changing right before your eyes constantly. So 8 to 10 seconds wasn't necessarily something that we picked. So it could be a suggestion of the city council as a conditional approval. So nothing specific from us.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I was going to go ahead and close the public hearing if there's no further questions. We're going to, not deliberation, but questions. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. We will come back and address it at 7A on your agenda. We're going to go into our, any counselor need a break? Okay, just a quick break real quick before we start our council meeting.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the city council meeting. We're already 45 minutes behind, so if I can get everyone's attention, please. I will now call the city council meeting to order at 7:43 and ask Claudia to do a roll call.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Tukolsky?
Oh,
Counselor Tukolsky?
that's me, I'm here. I couldn't hear you.
Counselor Chenoweth?
I mean,
Counselor
here,
Benner?
Here.
Counselor Geary?
Good evening.
Counselor Cunningham?
Here.
Council President Peralta?
Here.
Mayor Morris?
Here. Before we do the pledge, we do have one change, number 3 on the agenda. Introduction of some sergeants from the police department. It will be taken off the agenda for tonight. Okay, if you can stand, please stand for the pledge. Now it's time for a public comment. Any interested audience members are invited to provide comments, and any comment provided that requires some type of follow-up will be assigned to a staff member. Anyone may speak on any topic other than a matter in litigation, a land use decision that is or will be in front of the city council, or a matter scheduled for public hearing at some future date. Comments will be limited to 4 minutes per person for a total of 32 minutes. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak, please use the raise your hand feature or chat feature and send a chat to the city recorder team. You will need to provide your contact information prior to being promoted to speak. And once your turn is up, we will announce your name and your name and unmute you. Please announce your name and city you live in for the record. We will start with anybody that is signed up previously.
Yes, we'll start with Patrick Evans.
Okay.
And we
We
take
still
those
need to
during
have you
public.
at this time. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nope, you're good, but thank you for asking.
Mayor, as a point of protocol, I just wanted to see if Missy could help us, because you just described not taking citizen comments for anything that could be a future land use decision. And that is, I think, what some people are here for, but we wanted some clarity on what that meant.
Thank you.
So the script, Missy says, I'll read it to you, because we were called about this, and this came up specifically.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking it. That anyone may speak on any topic other than a matter in litigation, a land use decision that is or will be in front of the city council.
That was my specific concern.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yes, so this, I believe, relates to the topic on the agenda that is the resolution.
Yes, the annexation
amending the
agreement.
Annexation agreement. Okay, so I guess I'm going to say what I understand the current status is. An application for annexation or development has not been filed yet. Is that correct?
The application for annexation has been filed, and the annexation agreement has been adopted and approved. The land use application has not been submitted to the city yet.
Okay, if the land use application has not been submitted, then the ex parte rules aren't triggered yet. So to be safe, I would suggest that persons could use public comment time for this. I think if we can put a note in the file to make sure that if this land use decision on the application that is yet to be filed does come before the city council, we can go ahead and do an ex parte disclosure refresher and refer back to these comments from tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, for that.
No worry, thank you, I appreciate it. So you're allowed to speak, and we'll just put a note in the file. Thank you, so you have...
Before I start my time, I'd like to give this to Mrs. Narrows for distribution.
Will you make sure that the microphone color is green
Yes,
and that it's close to you when you speak?
it is
And if we
green.
could make sure that a copy of what he just distributed gets into my inbox or into a packet so I can see it as well.
Yes, my name is Patrick Evans. I live at 3587 Northeast Joel Street, McMinnville. I'm here in the matter of Resolution 2026-18. The material that's being passed out, I won't bore you with reading every line. I'm sure you're all literate enough to take a glance at that. But basically, there are a series of small points that I want to make regarding that resolution. Number one, it appears to us in the Shegwin-Grandview, Grand Haven neighborhood that the cart is getting ahead of the horse. That an annexation, conditional annexation agreement has been entered into, and now the city council is being asked to change the way the system development charges may be applied to this project, which, as you heard, has not yet applied to the Planning Commission, has not yet been found to be in compliance with any of the standards. And so it feels as though we're slightly out of sync here. And I would like to make that clear to the City Council. The context of the request actually, as I have on the first page, stems from the fact that the land value is $1.3 million. And so that, in my view, as a professional developer with nearly 50 years of experience, is what is triggering this. It is not the SDC charges itself, but they are impacted by the cost of the project as it moves forward. And the single biggest item so far is the cost of the land. In my professional opinion, what we're being asked to do in McMinnville is essentially transfer either immediately over time or over time $540,000 of potential revenue to another government agency who is selling the land, if you follow that argument. Because the land was valued by the Soil and Water Conservation District, it is the activity that's causing everything else to move around. And I won't dig into it much beyond that because you can read very clearly what I presented. We are a little disappointed because we, following the initial developer hearing in late November, requested that we as a community be made aware of any and all applications that were coming on this project. We did not find out about this hearing tonight until it was in the News Register. We received no correspondence, no phone calls, no emails, no nothing. And that is very upsetting to us. And finally, one of the documents that I passed out was a petition on behalf of the Shegwin and Grandview neighborhoods, signed by over 100 people opposing the project in its current form. We are not saying that we would not support development. I know it's a double negative. We will support development if it fits into the great neighborhood paradigm and is consistent with the rest of the neighborhood development. So that, the only argument we're having right now is how big, how much, how close. And the fact that we're being asked as citizens to pay for essentially a component, ultimately, of their development costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Next, we have Ron Larson.
Good evening.
Ron, do you want to turn on your mic in front of you?
Thank you.
Green button.
Yes, that's
Works
okay.
a lot. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I want to be brief about my thoughts on the SDC fees, and I'm going to start with a little bit of a background. The new Parks SDC fees presentation given by the city engineer to the city council on February 10th, 2026, set forth specific and rational reasons for the city to implement the new Parks SDC fees effective July 2026. And that's actually building permits submitted as of that date or not. I congratulate the city engineer and his staff on the excellent analysis of the proposed new Parks SDC. The city needs, obviously, the city needs these SDCs to maintain a vibrant and growing city, and I applaud you for that. By the way, the Parks SDC fee increases have been on the city council agenda since at least March of 2024. So this should not have been a surprise to the developers. They didn't do their homework. However, for the city council to now consider backing off on the new Parks SDC fees for this one development proposal, which is yet to be submitted to and approved by the City Planning Commission, is most certainly taking a step backwards. Who loses in this proposed regression of the Parks SDC fees? The answer is we, the taxpayers of the city of McMinnville. The shortfall of the Parks SDC fees quite well may be made up by future additional taxes on taxpayers in the city. Who wins? The profit of the developers. Finally, I find it flat out hypocritical for the developers of the Parkside Apartments to take advantage of the adjoining public park, which will most likely increase the appeal and desirability of those apartments. And then they request that they not pay for their designated share of park SDCs. Unfathomable. We, the taxpayers, end up with an overburdened public park that will not meet the needs of our neighborhood, while the city has less SDCs to address the situation. I urge you to vote no on this situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave the green button on.
Thank you.
Next, we have Doug Rux.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. Doug Rux with the Rux Group LLC. I'm here representing McMulti LLC. And so we are on the agenda for 6A about the Park SDC and amendment to the annexation agreement. So you have in your packet a very detailed letter explaining our rationale related to all of this. We did meet with city staff, with your Public Works Director, and with your Community Development Director. And we really did not know about this until after the February 10th work session that you had, when I had a member of the community reach out to me and said, did you know that they're talking about the SDCs? Well, as we put in our material that we provided to you, we modeled our pro forma based upon the SDCs that were in place at the time. But when we started to see that there was a 200 to 300% increase in SDCs, which is about a $540,000 increase to this project, all of a sudden the pro forma, will it even work? That's a big hit. Because, all of a sudden the Park SDC is about, $750,000 rather than what we originally modeled based upon what was online. On your website, we're paying about $235,000 in Parks SDCs. Parks SDCs don't go to pay maintenance. They do park improvements. We were made aware at our pre-application meeting that you had your new parks plan, which was done in June of 2024. But that was also stated at that particular meeting that they had not done anything about amending or modifying the SDCs. So that's why we kind of got caught off guard when I got a message. It's like, no, the council's talking about this. And so McMulti LLC, we had a lot of discussions. We've looked at it. We've gone back through our pro forma a couple of times to see if an increase like this would work or not. And it's a high likelihood it does not. I've made suggestions to staff. It's like, well, maybe you need to look at your Park SDC and your whole list of projects, and maybe you can't fund everything. SDCs for transportation, for sewer, water, storm, so forth. I know you have Mac Water and Light, and so they deal with part of this. But I spent 40 years working in the public. I was a community development director. I was Heather in other communities. And we always get to these very difficult conversations about what projects actually in these master plans can actually get funded over a 20-year period of time, which need to find other funding sources. And so I just think it's important to say you can't have everything. And so we're aware in our annexation agreement that we've already prepared and was adopted. It was signed by the city on November 24th. We finally got it recorded and so forth, is that we are already doing a lot of things that have been asked for. Dedications of right-of-way. We know we've got half-street improvements. We're dedicating an easement to be able to get access to the park. We're going to build the path. We're addressing the issue about a fence that would separate the development from the Jagwingham Park itself. And it is true, we have not filed our zone change application yet. This particular issue caught us. Like I said, we've had conversations with staff. We are prepared. I've been sitting on an application that's ready to submit for a month. And so we're asking and we support the staff recommendation to adopt Resolution 2026-19. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Ames Beerley.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ames Beerley. I'm a resident of McMinnville. Earlier this week, the Trump administration proposed another law that would make it more difficult for transgender people to buy guns. Just another nail in the never-ending war against my people by an unhinged wannabe dictator. Here in McMinnville, countless people will defend the Second Amendment, but I'd be willing to bet they don't want transsexuals like me to own guns either. Trump is making trans people into a boogeyman. Oppress us enough and you're guaranteed safety. Don't fall for it. Today, there was a shooting at the skate park about 4 blocks from my children's school. A Mac High student was shot and injured. Which is it? Do we want more guns for everyone except trans people? Or do we want to enact common sense gun laws that keep kids safe? Are we really okay with guns being so pervasive and available that kids are being shot in a park? Of course not. But what are you going to do about it? I don't care about what you can and can't do as a city government. You can and should publicly advocate for policies and positions at all levels that will make our city and our children safer. Set a good example for your constituents and stick your own neck out for our children. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Next, we have Jordan Christie.
Hi.
Council, I've been here in this city of McMinnville since 1978. Worked in the community, worked at Ford dealership, took care of the city stuff, the police cars and stuff like that. I've retired now and built my forever home. And when I bought my piece of property over in Chagouin, I was told that there was never going to be anything built behind me. Now, 10 feet from my house and my fence is going to be a 3-story apartment. So whoever dreamed this up was definitely on the wrong side of the bed. And the builder over here is just blowing hot air. So would you want this in your backyard? Because we don't. And I've got over 150 signatures here in the Chagouin area that don't want it. I have beat the pavement to try to get this vetoed and put something else in there. The school has no parking The roads are a mess there because of drop-offs and pickup. People are scared their kids are gonna get hit. Somebody's gonna get killed out there. If that apartment comes in there, there's gonna be 750 more cars traveling up and down that road every day. If there's a fire during that in a 3-story apartment building there, how's they gonna get a ladder truck in there to put that fire out or save some kids that are up on that top floor? Because there's no room for parking there. They're gonna have to put trash cans and stuff over there. So how are they gonna get it in and out of there? Nobody's thought this ahead. And then he's dreaming about, well, we can adjust this and that. We can only adjust so far. You cannot put a gallon of milk in a quart bottle. So somebody needs to think ahead and not in front. So I beg you guys to not let this happen. Ask me and the community around here, what would work in that area? Can we put parking in there for the school? Can we extend the park? Can we do something that people would be happy with instead of people being completely upset and thinking about what it's going to cause the problem of that in there? And to put something like that right in front of a grade school, I mean, come on. Do you know what kind of people are going to be in a 1-story or 2-story or 3-story, single bedroom, double bedroom, 3-bedroom? It's just not going to fit in that area. So, again, I appreciate you listening to me, but I hope you think ahead about this. Thank you for your time.
That's everyone that signed up.
Is there anyone else in the hall that wanted to speak? Okay, thank you, everybody that spoke. All right, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Give me just a minute to move my pages. Does any council request to have any item removed from the consent agenda and heard at its own place on the agenda?
I do. Wow.
Councilor Tukalski?
Yeah, could I ask letter 5B is removed from the consent agenda?
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda minus D?
B.
As B like
Oh,
boy.
B is in boy? My apologies, I thought you said D. Okay,
So move for accepting the consent agenda except for B.
great. So I have a motion from Councilor Cunningham,
Second.
second from Councilor Geary. Any further discussion? Claudia?
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Benner?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
The consent agenda has passed unanimously as amended by a vote of, oh my gosh, 6-0.
Thank you. Now we're going to look at item B, consider the request from Moonlight Candles and Gifts LLC, doing business as Northwest Food and Gifts, Northwest Crew, for full on-premises commercial OLCC liquor license located at 445 Northeast 3rd Street and 325 Northeast Evans Street. And Councilor Tukolsky, could you please start?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Any other comments? Yep. Do we have a motion?
I'll move item B, passage.
So I have a motion from Councilor Peralta to accept item B. Do I have I'm going to do a second from Councilor Geary. Any discussion at this point?
Counselor Tukolsky, oh, sorry.
That's right, Claudia.
Counselor Tukolsky?
I abstain. Yeah.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Benner?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Agenda item 6 5B is passed unanimously by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to item 6, which is a resolution, and consider resolution number 2026-19, a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign an amendment number 1 to the annexation agreement with the Yamhill Soil, Water, and Conservation District, who is the property owner, and McMinnville LLC, who is the buyer, for the future annexation of tax lot R4409C D00100 that was approved via resolution number 2025-51. And I'd like to call on Community Development Director Heather Richards to present.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. Before, I just wanted to apologize to Ron and Patrick. I'm sorry, I live in a very regulatory world, so I thought we were talking about land use applications and not an application for an annexation amendment. Ron very diligently emails me every couple of weeks asking me if something has come in yet. So we are in communication, but I thought it was for the land use applications, which we haven't received. So anyways, tonight in front of you is an amendment to an annexation agreement. Our annexations are not land use decisions. They are separate from that. In terms of an action of city council. And one of our processes is the first process for annexation is to enter into an annexation agreement with the applicant and the property owner that spells out what the city expects for the annexation and what the developer can expect for the annexation as well. As you just heard, we were approached by the applicant and the property owner for the property owned by Yamhill Soil, Water, and Conservation District, which is tax lot R4409CD00100, about making an amendment to the annexation agreement relative to the parks system development charge discussions that are taking place at the city right now. So what the resolution in front of you does is it amends that annexation agreement to lock in a parks SDC rate based on the current methodology for the planned project. So our current methodology is a SDC rate that is per dwelling unit, not a scaled methodology. And it escalates every year based on an inflation index. So they would like it, they've approached the city about having that rate locked so that it applies to all building permits for the property submitted within the 5 years of the effective date of the agreement. So that's the signature on the agreement, which I think Doug just described as November. And then subject to the annual indexed adjustment identified in the current methodology. So keep in mind, we haven't adopted a new Parks SDC methodology. We haven't adopted new Parks SDC fees either. But as they're working through their project and getting financing for it and getting it ready to come in for development, the change in SDCs would be significant to their project. When they met with the Public Works Director and I about those changes, they had indicated that they had done a lot of analysis about it, and I asked them if they could provide that so that we could bring it to you as well to understand the impact of the SDCs to different developments in McMinnville as we walk through this discussion. So this is a property that is an island within the city right now. That's a county island within the city. We actually don't allow that per our codes and policies, but it exists. So getting it annexed into the city is a goal of the city itself. I'm surprised to hear someone thought that it wouldn't be developed when they bought property adjacent to it, because it has been identified for development for from what I can tell, long before 2003 when we started the UGB amendment process. There is a planned project on this development, which is a multi-unit apartment complex that they would like to build here. And that's the discussion tonight in terms of the SDC impact to that project. They submitted their annexation application in February of 2025, and they worked through the process of the annexation agreement, which was approved on October 14th, 2025. The project team saw the work session on February 10th, 2026, so shortly after the annexation agreement was approved, about the new Parks SDC methodology being considered by the city. Per their calculations for their 75-unit market rate apartment project, it would increase the Parks SDCs from 200, and this is based on next year's SDC fee, which actually goes down because the inflationary index went down. So this is the FY 26-27 SDC Parks fee. That it would increase their apartment projects, Parks SDCs from $231,600 to $770,154. And that's an increase of a little over $500,000, a 232% increase for the project. The project team then calculated what this cost would mean in terms of the end user for the apartments within their pro forma, and from that calculation, which they provided in their memo to you, it increases rents on their project from $43 to $62 per month per unit to capture back that additional $500,000 in fees. So they provided an analysis, which I have some snapshots of it here in the presentation, but it was also an attachment to your staff report that looked at the size of the proposed units, so 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom, and the new Parks SDC methodology is a scaling rate based on size. And so many of their 2-bedrooms are 950 square feet. The cutoff for the next sort of threshold of fee in our existing proposed SDC methodology is 1,000 square feet. So they fall just underneath that. As Doug pointed out in his memo, many 2-bedroom apartments are 1,000 square feet. That's a standard. And so he was just demonstrating to the city that if they were 1,000 square feet, they would have escalated into the next threshold. But for this project, they provide their numbers and how they came to the 538,000 impact. And then they provide their numbers in terms of how that impacts the different types of apartment units in terms of the market rate. And they're already, and we hear this right now from many private developers, even though it feels really expensive in McMinnville, our apartment market rates, it actually doesn't pencil out very well in terms of financing and construction for people to build market rate apartments. There are a couple of developers who have done so successfully, but we've heard from many who have struggled with trying to get the financing for it because the rent market in McMinnville is not paying off the pro forma for the development costs. But they have been looking at that. They already knew that their pro forma, that they would have to provide their apartments higher than the existing average market rate to be able to make their project work. And they showed that in terms of the column that says pro forma versus market current SDC, and then what the difference would be if they went after the SDC itself. That includes the existing above market rate. So for instance, the 1-bedroom would have to hit the market $100 above the average rate today, and then the rent after the SDC increase would be $42.53 more, so $142 in total. And this describes that a little bit better. So one of the arguments is cost in terms of the fee and what it means to the end user utilizing those apartments. But there are some other arguments as well, and these are the arguments that we looked at as staff. One being that there's a material change occurring after the annexation agreement was executed that wasn't disclosed at execution. So we haven't adopted these Parks SDC fees. They've been in discussion. It wasn't something that we shared with the project at the time, that this could be a potential coming down the road because we didn't know where we were at as a city with them. And so because of that, they're saying that because it wasn't disclosed to them, that they feel that they should be able to lock in the rate that currently exists because they've built their whole project on that. They've also made, during our annexation agreement negotiations, we sit with the developer and negotiate what we'd like to see them do. And because it's not a land use decision, we're not caught in the proportionality discussion. So we're really having a discussion of what's best for the community and the project. And they have agreed to substantial infrastructure improvements. And then Doug also argues that with the SDC increase, it could have a impact on the ability for the city to attract more apartment projects in a community that is severely rent burdened, and apartments are a housing need that we need right now under our housing production strategy. So the proposed language in front of you is adding a section to the annexation agreement as amendment number 1 for Parks SDC rates that states, notwithstanding any amendment to the city's park system development charge schedule adopted pursuant to or following the city council's February 10th, 2026 Parks SDC methodology work session. So the city moves forward with adopting this new Parks SDC methodology somewhere down the road. The park system development charge applicable to all residential dwelling units constructed on the subject property described in Exhibit 1 shall be calculated and assessed at the rate in effect immediately prior to the effective date of any such new methodology ordinance. So that means that when they presented their amendment request, they did it based on next year's SDC fee. But if they didn't come in with a project, so we calculate SDC fees when we issue the building permit. So if we didn't issue a building permit for some reason until fiscal year 27, 28, this would establish that as the rate with the index, the inflationary index that's currently in our SDC methodology. So we didn't want to lock it into next year's rate. We just wanted to lock it into what would be the normal rate based on the existing methodology as to when the building permit is issued. This rate lock shall apply to all building permits for the property submitted within 5 years of the effective date of this agreement. And this agreement is the original annexation agreement, not the amendment, subject to an annual adjustment per the January Engineering News Record Construction Index for Seattle, Washington. That's how we do our SDC rates. The provision shall run with the land and shall be binding upon the city's successors and assigns pursuant to Section 10 of this agreement. So for that 5-year period from October 2025. So with that, happy to answer any questions you have. The Public Works Director and myself both review this and are submitting it to you.
Thank you. Councilors? Councilor Tukalski?
Yeah, thank you, Director Richards. The question I have is, how many other applicants are hanging out there right now that could come and request the same thing if we set, once again, precedents that we're going to allow a lock or an exception at this time?
Yeah, so in terms of annexation agreements that we have?
Realistically, anything that's going to encounter an SDC that could ask for an exception?
Well, so right now, the argument for this one is that we've already entered into a contractual arrangement for this project with the annexation agreement, and that because of that, that's why they're asking for the lock rate. And if you determine that's the reason why you're doing it, could impact other projects that are in an annexation process as well. So to that question, you have actually a project that's going to annex into the city. We're bringing it to you on May 12th. That is a subdivision. And if they don't move forward with their development prior to adopting a new Parks SDC methodology, I suppose they could come in with the same request as well.
Yes.
So you used a term in there, you said, I think you said we're in contract. It tells me we're legally obligated somehow.
No, not for the SDC rate. So that's the difference. So the annexation agreement between the city and the project was based on what the concept proposal was for the property. So part of the annexation application is they have to give us a concept plan as to what they're going to develop. So they've already disclosed, we want to annex in and we want to build this 75-unit project. And then we entered into this agreement, which is a contract between the city and the project, for what needs to happen for annexation to occur. We do not have in the agreement anything about the SDCs and the SDC rates. That's their request, is to actually amend that agreement to put this in there, but that doesn't exist right now.
Okay, so for liability purposes, there isn't liability?
There is not, well, I'm not a lawyer and I don't want to play one, so I will defer that to either David or Melissa.
Liability with regard to what exactly?
I don't know how far we've entered into an agreement with said individuals, and I don't want to get into a position where we're opening the city up for liability that could be pursued at a later date, and then also open that up to others to have an SDC lock that could do the same. It's a rather general question, but I'm just concerned.
Missy is still here if you'd prefer she answer it, too. Missy, are you comfortable answering that question?
I have not been really involved in this annexation, as you can tell from my initial questions at the beginning, but I don't think there's much liability. This is kind of an unusual situation because there is a contractual annexation agreement already in place, which I think is what Heather was saying. That's a distinguishing factor here. Otherwise, there's no, I guess, for lack of a better word, goalposting of SDC fees without cause, let's say.
Thank you. David, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
One thing I just want to clear, that it wasn't not knowing about the SDC changes. I don't think the staff knew that it was going to come. It was a goal from the council. So the council came up with 5 goals in the fall. I think it was October. Is that correct, City Manager?
August 28th.
August 28th, okay. It was one of the goals that was put on to research park SDCs, not to determine whether they were going to happen or not, but at least look at them. And it was the last one that we addressed. And so I guess I would say put that on us, not the staff, about not knowing. And I do want to make it clear that we have not decided if there's going to be an increase in park SDCs, nor what those will be. If they're going to be tiered, if there's going to be any, if there's only going to be some residential, if there's only going to be industrial. We have not come to that decision, so I have a hard time waiving them when we don't even know what they are going to be. And generally, when something goes into place, we do give a little bit of a cushion for those that have applied for something. Again, I don't want to guarantee that. That is just something that we've talked about in the past. But I have a hard time really agreeing to a 5-year agreement on SDCs. Councilor Peralta? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a comment just yet, but I'll listen to the dialogue. Thank you.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Thank you, Mayor. Whoa, I just disappeared. There we go. Sorry. Enjoying this nice weather. First question I have is following along with Councilor Tukalski's. This wouldn't be setting us up for a taking situation where we've entered into a contract and then all of a sudden we're jacking the cost by $500,000. That's not setting us up for a takings issue, is it?
Missy, I'll defer to you on that, but I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
Okay. And then I guess I do have a couple of comments in terms of the alarming numbers that I saw on that screen. We're a severely rent-burdened community, and seeing that this project has this potential Parks SDC has the potential of increasing rents on a severely rent-burdened community, and seeing that it's a 2/3 increase, or 200% increase, I guess is how you would put that, 3 times as much as what it currently is, or 2 times as much as what it currently is. Am I doing that right? No, 3 times as much. That's just astounding to me, and it's going to have to bring us back to some questions about what we're really thinking about these Parks SDCs. In terms of, on this one, I'm kind of with Mayor Morris, and that it's hard for me to put anything in place when I don't even know where we're at on the SDCs. It's kind of like hedging my bet without knowing what the bet is, and I don't know that I feel good about doing that.
Councilor Curie?
So questions for staff period. The table that lists the unit type and talks about the McMinnville average market rent and then the pro forma rent, And then in the red letters are the numbers, the delta, which is directly citing a direct cost of tying it to the SDCs. Did the applicant in this or at any other time with something that wasn't shared with us cite direct specific costs that were contributing to their pro forma rent?
I think I understand your question. Has the applicant shared with us their pro forma and what it would mean in terms of rents previous to this discussion? Was that your question?
No, they're citing the specific cost for the delta from their pro forma rent to above market rate and or required rent after SDC increase, and then adding the what it is above market rate plus the additional cost to show the Park SDC means this delta over the rent our pro forma says. That's the rational direct cost that's going into, we're going to pass this direct cost onto every single rent payer in that. Did they define any of the costs, direct costs that are going into the $14.50 per month, the $17.50 per month, and the $2,000 per month?
No, so we haven't seen any financials on this project outside of the memo that you have in your council packet.
So the Parkview pro forma rents are presumably, based on what we know, just based on market rate. Here's what I can charge, and then the delta that they're showing is based on our specific Parks SDC rates.
I won't presume to answer that question because I don't know, quite frankly.
Very good, thank you.
Councilor Benner?
Just a procedural question. Tonight, we're discussing SDCs. Will there be another opportunity to discuss what happens in the annexation or what's happening in the annexation as part of an agreement that has not come before the city council?
Tonight, you're discussing their request for an amendment to the annexation agreement. The annexation agreement has been approved by city council previously, so unless we amend it again, we wouldn't be discussing that. But the actual project itself, so they need to go through a land use process, and this might be what you're asking. They need to go through a land use process, which will involve a zone map amendment, and that will come to you for a decision.
So we've already approved the annexation.
No, you've approved an annexation agreement. It cannot annex, so what will happen is, and you'll see this happen on May 12th, your next city council meeting. The annexation agreement states that they need to go through a land use process before annexing into the city, because we want to make sure they're ready to develop when they annex into the city. And so typically on the same night that you're going through the land use decision-making process, you will also be annexing the property into the city. So the annexation agreement is just a precursor. There's been no action to annex.
Thank you.
Anybody else down there? Cunningham? Okay, go ahead. Councilor Peralta, you ready?
Thanks. So I find myself in agreement with the mayor and Councilor Chenoweth. I think we have not yet set new rates. We haven't contemplated the method by which we'll implement new rates if we set them. And so I think it's premature to give an exemption to any group before we've sort of decided what we're going to do going forward. So I think from my perspective, this is premature. I think that the applicant is acting out of limited information, and I think it was right for them to take the due diligence and come back and ask us to review the agreement. But I would say that we haven't yet decided what we're going to do, so it would be premature to make assumptions about how the incoming rates will affect this project's pro forma.
Counselor Gary?
Yeah, I would just say I'm in alignment with that, and then only add that it's common, and even we've had discussions around the potential upcoming Parks SDC, specifically about a phase-in or a ramp-in or a period of time where they're lower or a period of time where they're not applicable at all, to give fair notice to people that, hey, that we did approve this new schedule, and here's the time for you to prepare, get in, and move in with your plans, and then get yourself locked in via the actual plans getting turned in at that time. And so I think we're still, even though we have no new SDC schedule approved, no timetable in concrete, we generally have a way that that we still slowly onboard people. So I think the tools are in place to be fair and provide that opportunity.
Any other discussion, or do I have anybody want to make a motion? You can look at page. Or could we just let it go if we choose not to?
You actually can just not take action.
Okay. Anybody want to, do I have a call for the motion if there is one? If not?
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
If we just let it ride and we choose to do nothing, does that just leave it open for future discussion? Or what's the procedure?
It would just be not passed. It could be called forward parliamentarily in the future if that were the desire of council. That's generally true of other things as well. You could also move it and vote it down if that were in your mind. As we talk about procedure, moving for something doesn't mean you are voting for it necessarily, though we tend to use it that way. That would put you in a parliamentary process where it couldn't just be called up in the future, but would have to indicate some sort of change in circumstance or information.
Ask a follow-up. So would that be alternative 3? Is that rejecting the attached resolution and do not lock in the existing? Or does that take action on that one?
Either of those are rejecting in my mind.
Do you have a proposal, Councilor Tulsky? Nope.
Well, yeah, I have one more question. Is that okay?
You have another question?
Always, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what would make this resolution easiest for the applicant to bring back at a future date without the city having to do continued legwork, which costs us time and money, if they so chose to do so?
I don't. Easiest for the applicant would be to not raise it up at all at this time.
And that's my recommendation. Let it lie.
Let it lie? All right, we don't have to vote, so unless I hear differently, we're going to pass and let it lie. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to ordinances. Now we're at 7A. Consider the first reading with a possible second reading of ordinance 5175. Does any counselor need to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest or recuse themselves regarding this ordinance? I think we already noted that previously, just some contact being at Empower, and then I had a conversation with Shayla over a year ago. But none of it will be a conflict for tonight. We will now consider the matter of ordinance number 5175. Does any counselor object to having the ordinance read by title only? Nope. All right. I'd like to call on City Attorney David Leitenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first reading of ordinance number 5175, an ordinance memorializing the City Council's decision for the Empower appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of SE 1-25.
Thank you. And now I'd like to call on Heather Richards, Community Development Director.
I don't have anything further.
Nothing further, okay. Any counselors have any additional questions for staff at this time?
I have a question, yeah.
Oh,
Can I
so
do that? It's what's on
the
the
record is
script.
closed, right? And so
This is
there
just,
won't be
this is
availability of questions for staff.
This is a clarifying question about the, I would say the ordinance itself.
Sounds fine.
Okay,
I'm not looking for details.
okay.
We're talking about 7A. It says, consider the first reading of this ordinance. Is a nay in favor of the sign or against the sign? I want to be very clear with our votes. Or a yay in favor?
So I would say it's similar to the discussion we had with the other appeal, the MIP appeal, where it's been brought to you a findings document that is the planning commission document. You can direct staff, you can make a motion. I gotta make sure it's not in the ordinance language itself, but my understanding is you can make a motions for the ordinance, to adopt the ordinance with a decision document that denies or approves with different findings and criteria, if that's where you choose to go. You would just need to provide us what your findings and criteria are as part of that motion. Is that right, Missy?
Mm-hmm.
So think of the ordinance as adopting whatever your decision is. And then if your decision is different than what the attached Exhibit A to the ordinance right now, you're amending that exhibit. So you can do it a couple of ways. You could make the decision and provide the findings and criteria tonight. You could direct staff, like you did with the MIP appeal, to come back with amended, well, actually, you didn't have a unanimous vote that evening, but you could direct staff to come back with amended decision document as well, based on your decision and findings and criteria.
But I'm not sure if that, does that answer Counselor Tukolsky? Or right now, the planning commission denied it?
Yes.
So you would be voting yes to agree with them?
Yes.
Or no? To go-
That's not how I read this, but maybe
Okay.
I'm just reading it wrong. This talks about, it says the ordinance memorializing the city council's decision for the Empower appeal. So to me, it sounds like a yes vote would allow the appeal of Empower to be upheld. Or am I going?
I don't think that's the intention. The intention is the ordinance is memorializing whatever your decision is.
Would it be possible to get the page in the packet of where the actual ordinance is?
You're okay. You're fine.
We're going to bring up the PowerPoint's last slide that sort of said what the city council options are. Is that what you're asking for, Councilor Cunningham?
Yes.
Also, if we could have the page number, that would be helpful.
Page 126 of your packet.
126.
The other thing in terms of process, Councilor Tucholsky, you could probably just share what your thoughts are and what you want to do, and maybe Missy can help you with what the motion should be to get there.
Well, I mean, I want to get the terminology correct because this is important. And I guess, let me ask a very simple question. If you are in favor of the planning commission, are you voting yay or are you voting nay? Because it's a challenge to tell with the terminology.
I think that depends on what the motion ends up being.
So if,
Yeah?
I guess what I would say is
We have
if your
proposed
question is
motions.
you're voting to support the planning commission decision, then that's the first option up there, which is you're approving ordinance number 51, whatever the ordinance number is, 75. I'm already in the natural hazards in my head. 5175, and you're not amending the decision document, the exhibit.
That's exactly the document that I was looking for. Thank you.
So before we have a motion, is there any other discussion up here for deliberation?
Yes, I'd love to have some discussion.
Okay, Counselor Chenoweth?
So, couple of things that come out to me. I find the argument that trying to splice hairs between types of screens to be compelling. They all are capable, from a technological standpoint, of doing the same kinds of things pretty much these days. So having some sort of delineation between types of screens seems difficult for me at best to uphold to as a technical person. I don't follow how we can be making that delineation. So there's that. I also struggle with the concept that we can have as large a sign as we want on the side of a building if it's painted. But if it's a fixed image done on a digital canvas, for lack of a better way to put it, we can't. That seems like an inconsistent policy to me. And so I'm struggling in my mind, rationalizing how that makes any sort of sense in today's technological world. I also agree that we don't want moving imagery to be distracting our drivers, as was made by as a comment was made by one of our people in the audience. And so it strikes me that we have code that perhaps needs to be interpreted differently to take into account the current technological circumstances that we find ourselves in. Because essentially what I hear the applicant saying is we want the ability to not have to repaint our building every time we want to change the sign, or repaint the sign every time we want to change the sign. And I think that is a persuasive argument to me. So having them come forward with the option of saying, okay, you set the fixed time by which that image has to stay up there before it can switch out to a new image, seems like a reasonable solution to the problem, right? Even if that time is long, say a week, whatever that time frame is, to eliminate this image catching attention as people driving by, but making acknowledgement that a fixed building sign shouldn't depend upon what that sign is made of, I think makes logical sense. That's my thoughts.
Counselor Peralta?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate those comments. I guess my perspective is that I don't think it really matters whether it's a video sign or an ECC sign, meaning whether it changes out in 8 seconds or 2 minutes or however long, in terms of whether or not we should reject it, because I don't think the sign meets the criteria in either case, just given the size and the nature of the scope of it. I appreciated the political comments of support for the employer from the Chamber of Commerce, but I agreed with all the salutary comments of the Chamber Director. But this is a quasi-judicial matter, so from my perspective, the political support really isn't relevant to the question at hand. I do think, and I agree with Councilor Chenoweth to some extent, that I think the applicant has raised questions about that may justify a review of our city code as it applies to large buildings and large employers. But we have the code that we have, not some future potential code. And I do think that the underlying law was pretty clear in terms of trying to meet a community intent of not allowing large signs, whether it was electronic or otherwise. I think that from my perspective, the goals of Empower can be achieved while conforming to the ordinance, which I think is a reason to not allow it exemption. I would agree that the version of the 24 square foot sign that they presented would be not sufficiently legible from 160 feet at a highway, but that same sign, the way that staff presented it, with essentially a ticker billboard that could be, 16 feet long, 18 inches high, with displays that can be changed out, that would easily be seen from 160 feet or 600 feet, I think is what the standard would be for that type of sign. So I don't think that that creates a significant barrier. And I guess finally, I would say I'm less concerned about this particular applicant than about the precedent that it sets on that Highway 18 corridor. Right now, that's on the outskirts of our town, but that's not going to be the case forever. And so my concern is that we're contemplating sort of a one-off for this admittedly excellent employer, important company for our community. But I just don't think it's fair to everybody else who wants a certain type of look and a certain type of standard in the community. And I've been around long enough to remember both the 2008 and the 2016 sign conversations. And I do think that the community really did speak out very clearly against these really large signs, which was the intent of the ordinance, and that's captured. So in general, I felt like the legal arguments that Empower made were not persuasive. I thought that the technical argument related to, essentially trying to put it into one bucket versus the other, that didn't fail. But even if I accepted that technical argument, it still wouldn't justify allowing the sign. And I do think that a 16-foot long, 18-inch high sign that you can change out, whether it's now hiring or by our bars or whatever, might meet most of what the goals of Empower are with this sign. So that's my perspective. Thank you.
Councilor Cunningham?
I echo everything that my fellow councilors have talked about, and how we value these partnerships with these businesses. My experience, more almost at this point on the Historic Landmarks Committee, is finding how we get to yes, and how we get to yes has to work with the code that's already in existence. I think the last time we spoke about this here, we had to make sure that we weren't writing new code. And so I would agree with Sal that unless one of my fellow counselors has something in our code that would point to allowing this, that I would struggle to approve this myself as well.
Councilor Tukalski?
Yeah, so I guess I'll just try to close this out. I did want to recognize the Planning Commission. I was part of the Planning Commission for a couple of years. They do great diligent work. It's always thorough, and they make hard decisions with quasi-judicial things. So it's not always your opinion that you get to express. You don't like what you choose sometimes, but you apply the laws as they're, the laws and all the ordinances as they need to be applied. I also wanted to recognize Empower. I mean, you're a great employer here in town, significant contribution. You make great products as well. So I just want to say thank you for your continued presence, investment, and the belief in the city. And also, to me, this isn't just a simple exception. It sets precedents for the future of current signs elsewhere within the city. And so I would like to make a motion. I would like to affirm the Planning Commission decision by approving ordinance number 5175, adopting the decision, findings of fact, and conclusionary findings per the decision document that's been provided.
I have a motion from Councilor Tukalski. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Councilor Cunningham. Any further discussion? Claudia?
Councilor Tukolski?
Aye.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Nay.
Councilor Benner?
Aye.
Councilor Geary?
Aye.
Councilor Cunningham?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Motion passes with dissent. Ordinance number 5175 passed by a vote of 5-1 on its first reading and will be brought back for a second reading on May 12th, City Council meeting.
So it'll be coming back on May 12th in front of the council again. Thank you for coming tonight.
Yes, May 12th.
May 12th? Okay. Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to ordinance number 5178. Consider the first reading with the possible second reading of ordinance number 5178, an ordinance adopting the Natural Hazards Program. I'm sorry, I guess I should call on somebody. I would like to call on David Lightberg to have the first reading. Can we read it by title only? Everybody okay with that?
Thank you, Mayor. I was a little distracted. Just want to make sure. Did you request that people declare an actual or potential conflict?
I did not. Anyone? Thank you.
Thank you. This is the first reading of ordinance number 5178, an ordinance adopting the Natural Hazards Program.
Okay, so I was sitting over here trying to shorten the presentation.
That's all right.
You have a longer one that I provided to you last night. I was able to shorten it. Many of you have been through this with us a couple of times. I apologize, Councilor Benner.
May I interrupt real quick? I'm sorry. I just want clarification on the potential conflict. How does that work in a situation like this where you have lots of tracts of land and housing that is potentially looking at increase in costs if any development is done on those properties going forward? Is it because it's broad-based across the entire city, like a tax, that we don't have to declare that? Or how exactly does that work?
I think if I understand your question, Councilor Chenoweth, is adopting this overlay zone may have financial impact on some properties. Because of that, we have to, by state law, do what's called a Measure 56 notice to all impacted people, all impacted property owners within the overlay zone. So anytime you adopt as a city a zone that could have financial impact to a property owner, you have to do this Measure 56 notice. The language in the Measure 56 notice is very explicit. It says that the city is considering a zone that could impact your property financially, and then invites people to come to a public hearing or information session. So in this case, we actually did a Measure 56 notice twice. We did it when we first started this project, and we're getting it to some conclusion in 2023 to let people know. And then they came into the public hearing process, and we had a lot of discussion about their concerns relative to how the zone would impact their property. That's the whole purpose of doing the Measure 56 notice. And then we went back and did a lot of amendments to the proposal. And then when we got direction from City Council in January after the work session to move forward with this, we did another notice to all impacted property owners to let them know we were bringing this back into the Planning Commission public hearing process with the changes proposed. And so they had the opportunity to meet with staff or come into the public hearing and provide testimony as to how they felt it may or may not impact their property. So it allowed the people who could have impact from this policy decision to participate in the public process of influencing how this overall program is developed and adopted by the city. And in this case, it did have a lot of influence.
So, no, my question is more about our conflicts of interest as counselors. How does that work when our properties potentially are being impacted?
So, Councilor Chenoweth, are you saying that your property is going to be, a property you own is going to be included in the natural hazards overlay?
Correct. And does that mean that I would need to be declaring a conflict of interest?
So I would characterize that as a potential conflict of interest because it's something that could have a either detrimental or favorable, I guess, depending on how you look at it, This evaluation is unfortunately for you to make, whether it also rises to the level of an actual conflict of interest such that it will have a financial impact. If you believe it has if you have an actual conflict of interest and it will have a financial impact on you, then you should abstain.
Yeah, I don't think that, but I would like to declare a potential conflict of interest that won't impact my decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you go on, I think we have a little bit more.
Yeah, I also need to declare a potential conflict of interest that will not affect my decision.
Okay.
And I probably need to note that I did talk to David Kosh at the prior to the last meeting, so I did have that natural hazard conversation with him. Yeah.
And this is a legislative action,
you
so the good news is that ex parte rules don't apply, but conflict of interest rules, which are ethics rules, do apply.
Okay, so I gave a long-winded answer to the wrong question.
Sorry, I also have to declare that I have a property in the natural hazards, and I actually have a rental property as well in the natural hazards.
And therefore, that is
all
a
gonna be
potential conflict of interest.
Yep.
Okay, I was trying to make this shorter. What I want to do, since everyone in this room has seen this before, except for Counselor Benner, I think, is really fly through a little bit of it and then get to what changed at the Planning Commission after your work session. That's my intention with this. So the first big change was we did hear at the Planning Commission some concerns about the fact that we were developing an overlay zone that had the word hazard in it, which could, implicate just black clouds over, property values and implications like that. So one of the things that the Planning Commission did change is they changed the nomenclature. So now we're calling it, instead of the natural hazard overlay zone, it's a managed development overlay zone. It has two sub-districts, a managed development area and a limited development area. And your ordinance tonight does 5 things. It amends the comprehensive plan and every volume of the comprehensive plan. So we have 1, 2, and 3 volumes. So it amends the background elements by putting the data and inventory in there. So that's where we put all the research and due diligence information. It amends the volume 2, which is goals and policies, by adding a new chapter entitled natural features. It amends the volume 3, which is our zoning ordinance, by amending the flood area zone and adding, again, a new chapter called the Management Development Overlay Zone in Subdistricts. It amends Volume 3, the zone map, by adding this Management Development Overlay Zone and these 2 subdistricts. And then it adopts the decision document and findings for docket G3-22. So we're doing this because it is an Oregon land use goal. The Oregon land use goal number 7 requires cities to conduct natural hazard planning. The whole purpose behind this is to protect people and property from areas that are prone to hazards. The goal walks us through how to do this work. It tells us to look at, first of all, we need to do it in terms of adopting comprehensive plans with an inventory policy and implementing measures. So I just told you what all of those things are to reduce that risk. And then it tells us what type of hazards to look at. So the list is there. And the ones that pertain to McMinnville are floods, landslides, earthquakes, and wildfire. It then tells us how to do the work. So you do the work by collecting the data, evaluating it, assessing the risk to people and property, and then you allow citizen review and comments, and then you adopt your comprehensive plan policies. And it tells you to adopt plans and policies and implementing measures that do 2 things: avoid development in hazard areas where the risk to people and property cannot be mitigated, or prohibit the siting of essential facilities, major structures, hazardous facilities, et cetera, in those areas that are considered hazard areas. So the reason why there's a trigger and when you have to do this work, and it's when there's new data available or a significant event. Both things occurred for McMinnville. New data was released by the state in 2019. In 2018, Yamhill County updated their natural hazard mitigation plan, which had a McMinnville element to it. And then right around the same time, we started working on the UGB remand, and then amended the UGB in December of 2020. So that was the major event, and the new data was from 2019. So that told us you need to do Goal 7 work. What we adopted as part of the Yamhill County Mitigation Plan had policies in it. The policies talked about looking at doing an inventory of hazards in the area, develop and maintain a GIS mapped hazard area within the UGB, and then establish a process to coordinate with state and federal agencies about data. We did all of that. And then it said to then develop policies where you limit or prohibit development in high hazard areas and you encourage mitigation practices in developments at risk to natural hazards. So both of those things we did as well. So all 5 of these policies that was adopted as part of that Yamhill County plan are the things we put together with this project. Part of the inventory and data was these maps that sort of identified the different hazards. I wanted to keep this one in the presentation just to identify that up in the northwest area, the West Hills, is where you see a lot of overlapping hazards occurring in McMinnville. And this is the one that shows wildfire and landslide, and this one showed landslide risk. So the emerging concerns for McMinnville was landslides and earthquakes. What we learned from the state is McMinnville has a 45% chance of an earthquake in the next 100 years with an intensity of 6 or greater. So that's something that we need to plan for. And it's based on the fact that we have liquefaction soils throughout the whole city. So when an earthquake happens, rather than things falling apart necessarily, they're going to sink. So the resulting recommended program and plan was these 2 sub-districts. So this overlay zone with these 2 sub-districts. So the managed development area sub-district, which used to be what we call the natural hazard mitigation district, is where we're asking for more information to understand how development should occur. So it's not limiting development, it's just saying we need more information to understand how it should occur. And it's consistent, and then development will be allowed consistent with those mitigation studies. So typically, like in the West Hills, we know there's a landslide issue up there with the soils. So we get a geo assessment done for each property built up there, and the foundation for those homes need to be reflecting whatever that assessment says. That's underway today. It has been happening for the last 7 or 8 years. And then in the limited development area sub-district, this is where we actually do limit development because they are considered high cumulative hazards. So it's not just one hazard that's a high risk, it's many hazards at a high risk. And that's when we said, really, we shouldn't allow any sort of intense development to happen where there's an assembly of people. So multifamily is not allowed, schools aren't allowed, essential facilities aren't allowed, large commercial development is not allowed. In terms of impact to properties today, existing built environments considered conforming, so nobody will be non-conforming. And then it also allows additions up to 50% of the habitable floor area of the existing building. So you can expand your building by 50% in terms of the floor print and go up as high as you want. And the planning director will determine the standards that we need for that submittal and information provided. We reached out to partners throughout this whole process. The DLCD was very involved with this, their Natural Hazards Division, the regional representative, Dogami was involved, the Department of Geology and Minerals. McMinnville Public Works is very involved, McMinnville Water and Light, and McMinnville Fire District were all involved. In terms of public outreach, I just described to you the Measure 56 program we go through. We also set up a project website that has all the information on it. We conducted public information sessions. We've met with individual property owners one-on-one throughout this whole process. We started public hearings at the Planning Commission in 2023, and we've conducted, I think, 6 there. And then we sent out another 2,200 letters to impacted property owners here in January after your work session to let them know that we were starting the public hearings again. So property owner comments we've heard throughout all of this is we've actually heard positive response. People were happy to see it happen. We have a few anecdotal stories from people who said, I wish this had happened earlier because I'm noticing issues on my property and my built environment. And we're hearing that from some people on the western side. We also heard concerns about the viability of the data in terms of how exacting it is or is not. We heard concerns from property owners about the financial impact on them relative to a couple of things. So the cost of the study that's required in the mitigation area, the assessments that are required there, the perception of impact on property value, whether it's real or not, but there's still the perception, and that's what led to the discussion of nomenclature. And then insurance implications, whether or not insurance will go up for those properties that are in hazard areas. What we've heard from insurance companies, it won't, because insurance companies actually won't insure against hazards. And then property owners that are adjacent to potentially hazardous properties, this is what came up most recently, came forward and said, your site assessment, the studies that you're requiring, they are just for that particular parcel where the development will occur. But when development occurs there in some hazard areas, it could impact neighboring properties as well. So they had concerns about that, and Planning Commission shifted and made some adjustments relative to those concerns too. So the Planning Commission shifts were they put together an appeals process so that for people who are able to access more data, can bring it to the city and say, we think you're wrong. We don't think that the risk is, the data you have for risk is correct, and this is our other information for you to consider to remove. So for instance, we had one property that had a wildfire hazard on it adjacent to Michael Book because they had some large trees on their property. Michael Book is considered that wildfire can come down through the country, through the golf course because of how it migrates up into the West Hills in terms of that fire. But anyways, they cut down those trees since we did the data analysis. And so they came forward and said the trees don't exist anymore. And so we removed them because the wildfire assessment went down. We did put a transfer of residential density rights together for the limited development area so that property owners wouldn't lose the developable rights, the value of that for their property. We invited staff from Dilgami and DLC to some public hearings to talk about the veracity of the data. Let's see, we changed the names for the nomenclature. We added a 200-foot impact zone for consideration, so that's the discussion of what happens to the surrounding properties. And then we changed the scoring methodology, which you gave direction for in your work session. And so I just wanted to share with you what the impact of that was. If you recall, we talked about the methodology and how things were scored, and then what dropped them into the two sub-districts. And you gave us direction on how to do that, which was sort of a hybrid of the two scenarios we brought to you. And the premise behind this was we're not taking anything out of sort of this hazard perspective, but we dropped more properties from that protection zone into the mitigation zone, because the mitigation zone is all about finding out more information. So you could find out some more information that means the hazard's not as bad as it was. So that created a new overlay map, and this shows the difference between the two. You'll see a lot of the red that was in the West Hills went down, and then you also see a lot more of the red, which is the protection zone overlapping the floodplain area. So in our floodplain zone, we don't allow development. And an impact to properties, when we changed the scoring methodology, essentially 400 properties converted from the limited development area to the managed development area. So we shifted 400 properties. And this shows what that shift looks like. So this shows the managed development area is orange within the city limits, and the red is the limited development area. This particular map shows how that limited development area overlaps with the floodplain. So you see it's only on the very edges of some places in the community where it's outside the floodplain. And what that means is the floodplain's not allowing development to occur anyway, so that's kind of a neutral situation with the overlay zone. And then there are some properties that are a little bit impacted that are along the floodplain there. And this shows the impact of that across the city. So that's the limited development area that will have development impact. The floodplain zone, it's important, that's part of this as well. That's to get us compliant with the FEMA and the Endangered Species Act suit. So we've gone through that before, but essentially, if we're going to develop anything in the floodplain zones moving forward that has some sort of net effect, we need to do a habitat assessment. And so we're adding that to our code to become compliant with that. So the decision document and the findings, there's some new, there's new aspects to the findings document for this one to reflect on the discussion that occurred with this planning program. So there's a general conclusion section. There's a lot of discussion about the veracity of data, the legal standard associated with that, those types of things. So we created findings that responded to that. And this is an example of that. One was the response to testimony regarding the accuracy and reliability hazard data. The applicable legal standard is we need to work from the best available information. The city's obligation under Goal 2 and Goal 7 is to base its planning decisions on an adequate factual basis, not perfect or site-specific certainty. And then we walk through what the findings is for that. So that sort of talks about what the city's role is relative to the data piece. So in terms of your options available tonight, this is a recommendation from the Planning Commission. You can adopt the ordinance affecting all the proposed changes as submitted by the Planning Commission. You can adopt the ordinance in an amended form. So you amend some of the exhibits there. You can refuse to adopt the amendment through a vote to deny or call for a public hearing to go through that process yourself. And I will say at the Planning Commission, the second set of public hearings, we didn't have as much public comment, maybe half a dozen. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilor Benner?
I was able to look on the interactive map, and I am now also recruited.
In the managed development area, I'm going to assume.
Just to clarify, that was a declaration of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, unless there's any comments, I'd like to move the recommendations as developed by the Planning Commission.
I have a question.
Oh, there you are. Councilor Chenoweth?
Thank you. Heather, can you go through with me? You hit the page really fast. The language about the EPA stuff, what's the rationale for adding that in our code?
The language about the FEMA ESA stuff, the floodplain piece?
Requiring
So the story behind that is the endangered species. Someone sued the Oregon chapter of FEMA for not protecting endangered species in floodplain zones, utilizing the Endangered Species Act. So after that lawsuit, there was a mitigation remedy, which they're still working through. But part of the mitigation remedy is that cities now need to regulate development in floodplain zones that protect natural habitat. So for us to be compliant with that state standard, which is a federal mandate, we need to make an amendment to our code. We don't allow development to begin with, really, so it's not that big of a change, but we do need to make an amendment to our code that says we will ask for a habitat assessment for the development that we do allow. And so that's what that change is for.
Thank you. I just was confused because it was required anyway, so I didn't understand why we had to have it in our code. But thank you. I appreciate the explanation.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilor Peralta, a motion to accept the first reading of ordinance 5178 and possibly pass to a second reading. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Councilor Gary. Any other questions? Claudia?
Councilor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Councilor Benner?
Aye.
Councilor Geary?
Aye.
Councilor Cunningham?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Ordinance number 5178 passes on its first reading unanimously.
Okay.
I will now ask the city attorney to read the ordinance again by title only.
Thank you, City Recorder Cisneros. This is the second reading of ordinance number 5178, an ordinance adopting the Natural Hazards Program.
Thank you. Do I have any discussion or do I have a motion?
I so motion.
Okay, so I have a motion again, to accept the second reading of ordinance number 5178. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Counselor Cunningham. Any further discussion? Claudia?
Counselor Tukolsky.
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth.
Aye.
Counselor Benner.
Aye.
Counselor Geary.
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham.
Aye.
And Council President Peralta.
Yes.
Ordinance number 5178 is adopted unanimously by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to counselor and committee and board assignment reports since it's getting late, 9:18. Might be early for us, actually. So I am, nice snort. I'm going to call on Finance Director Katie Henry. Giving you a hard time, Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick update from finance. All things budget are coming to a head. You will all have your proposed budgets by Friday. So please be watching your emails. You will get specific instructions on coming to pick them up. We do anticipate that the printer may be done early, so they may be ready on Thursday, but for sure will be ready on Friday. And so I will have specific instructions for you as to what to do and times and things like that. But I'm waiting to send it out so I know exactly when you can come and when we'll be available. Other than that, it's just business as usual.
Great. Chief Wood.
Good evening. Today we hired a new police officer. His name is Lucien Lefebvre. And Lucien, if you're listening, I apologize if I mispronounce that. We will be bringing him on board and sending him to the police academy on the 25th of May. Currently, we still have we have one lateral officer in our field training program, 2 officer candidates in background, and we have 7 to 8 folks scheduled for an assessment center and interviews on May 9th. The only additional thing to report on to council is I attended a YCOM executive board meeting primarily focused on an update of the 190 user membership agreement. That work is ongoing with another upcoming meeting the first week of May.
Thank you. HR Director Vicki Hedges.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been working with Police Chief Cordwood on some midterm bargaining with the MPA regarding the schedule change, so we are working through that. A quick update on the Parks and Rec Director recruitment. We had 86 applications for that recruitment, which is a great turnout. We had a hard time narrowing it down. We offered virtual interviews to 14 applicants, 12 scheduled. 2 of them withdrew. We conducted half of those virtual interviews today. We'll conduct the other half next week, and then plan to select applicants to move forward to in-person interviews. And then just an update on training. We have 56% complete training, 18% are in progress, and then 26% have not yet started. As a reminder, they have until June 30th to complete those trainings. And just a special call out to note that Police Chief Cordwood here has completed all of his training.
Woohoo, good job. Matt Bernards, are you filling in for Geoff Hunsaker?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Couple of updates. So I'm sure everyone's seen the ODOT curb ramp project is going through town. We have city staff that is coordinating with ODOT's project managers and the contractors doing the work. And we're really making sure they're keyed into some of our summer events that will be coming up here soon. So making sure that they won't be interrupting any of that. We also have our wastewater rates and SDCs. The SDC portion is going to be coming forward to you in June, I believe at a work session. But wanted to give you a heads up that in May, the annual wastewater rate adjustment will be coming forward as well. And that rate adjustment is going to be increasing due to operational costs this year. mainly with materials and equipment costs. And then lastly, the city engineer recruitment is going on right now. We are working to schedule the first round of interviews for that. And it's a critical role for us in engineering to get someone back on board. So we're hoping to find someone and get that spot filled.
Right. They don't, no 86. City Recorder Claudia Cisneros.
I have nothing for the council.
Thank you. City Councilor Cunningham.
Yeah, so Historic Landmarks Committee had another quasi-judicial meeting, so I was not able to attend that. And I have affordable housing tomorrow.
Councilor Peralta.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had some follow-up conversations after the Southwest Area Plan discussion we had related to land banking. I had a couple of conversations with property owners interested in donating land for park or natural use. I can check in with Heather later. And I'll be meeting with the Soil and Water Conservation District Board Chair to discuss the new Yamhill Conservation Land Trust Program later in the week. Just wanted to also note that they're holding an open house for that program on May 6th here in Mac, so folks may have an interest in that. I saw the mayor making a note, so I'll give you the time.
Okay, so I'm going to condense my list and just give you a few. So I was able to visit the Community Wellness Fair at the Community Center. Picked up some great information, and Noelle posted that on our social media page. So if you're interested, go take a look at that. It's also on my mayor page. I also, last Tuesday was the first Water and Light Commission meeting in the new swing space. So the space is at the end of 3rd Street. It used to be the Veterans Administration, and the county offices were located there until recently. The Water and Light will be there for about 16 months, so just keep that in mind. Last week, the city manager and myself attended the League of Oregon Cities Convention or Conference in Pendleton. I attended a mayor's workshop, city charter review workshop, AI, and social media ideas, and also was able to go on a tour of Hermiston's enterprise zones where they have Amazon. They also have Lamb Weston, who does potatoes over there. Enterprise Zone helps offer tax breaks and regulatory exemptions for financial incentives to attract business to create jobs. It was very interesting to be able to go on that tour. And today, Lafayette Mayor Malcolmson and myself were able to present the winner of the If I Were Mayor contest at the middle school level. So we were able to go to Patton, and Gisele Martins had the winning essay. She spoke about helping small businesses. She'd want to help homelessness and children with mental health issues. She received a GoPro camera from the city of McMinnville, and her essay was entered into the Oregon Mayors Association contest with a possible prize of $500. It was a pretty fun little field trip today. Lastly, this afternoon, I met with the organizers of McMinnville Art Festival, and it will be held on July 18th and 19th, which is over Mac Fresco. They already have over 15 artists that are going to have booths. They're going to have demonstrations, live music, kid zones. So mark your calendars. It sounds like a great event, and I'll save all the rest. You can come, and I'll tell you everything else later. Councilor Gary.
Thank you. Okay, so MURAC had a quick meeting that met to decide application for a facade improvement grant, which they awarded for Filbert's Scoop Shop to get a exterior paint job done. And then we also said goodbye to current member Dave Rucklos. He was a former MDA manager and had served, and then rejoined the group as a citizen of McMinnville, and his voice will be sorely missed. Visit McMinnville. I have a handful of information here to give you. Overall lodging trends. In March, room night demand among McMinnville hotels rose 3.8% year over year, and hotel supply remained unchanged, which resulted in hotel occupancy increasing 3.8% compared to last March. Hotels averaged 59.8 occupancy for the month. To note, average daily rate declined 9.1% compared to last March, dropping $128. The Consumer Confidence Index and the Consumer Sentiment Index went in opposite directions in March. Both remain well below 24-month averages, so we're looking at forecasting on planning on travel. Always interesting to monitor now is the U.S. visits from Canada remain weak. To note, which we receive a lot of Canadian visitors, Canadian travel to other world regions increased 9% last year, but dropped 21% to the United States. So we're missing out on our Canadian friends, eh? The Oregon statewide travel, Oregon monthly lodging statistics, Oregon statewide in March 2026 had a statewide occupancy of 56.2%. With an ADR of $123. Specifically, the Willamette Valley had 56.6% occupancy with an average daily rate of 120. So, hovering right there near the state averages. A few other things. We have journalists upcoming for some events, the AAPI McMinnville event, as well as the Indie Wine Mixer. On socials, for people who like that, our engagement on Facebook and Instagram is up 53.2% year to date, and then we reviewed the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. In my Visit McMinnville reports, I always like to check the event webpage and report out on an event, and it pleases me to be able to tell you that the only event listed on Visit McMinnville is the 26th Annual UFO Festival, Thursday through Saturday, May 14th through 16th, and this is my favorite part. The expert speakers this year, Jason Martell, Matthew something, Rebecca Charbonneau, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Kelly Chase, and a secret guest who's risking everything to disclose what he knows. So make sure you attend the UFO Festival. I also was able to participate, thank you, in the Parks and Rec Director interviews, and we'll look forward to continue and helping out there. And then I attended Hiram and I attended the Dia de los Niños event at the library on Saturday, where we participated with many, many others and enjoyed story times, games, and other free activities. So it was a very lovely event. That's my report.
Counselor Tukalski?
The Airport Commission has not met. It meets on May 19, and that's it. Thanks.
Counselor Benner, do you have anything you want to say? You don't have a committee yet.
I'm enjoying the no committee. I've got, I had a session with Claudia for onboarding. I attended as a citizen the McMinnville School District Long Range Facility Task Force. Feel like there's some synergies there because they're going to be going out for a bond as well. And then the public meeting law, I know you guys all got to go through the same 2.5 hours of hell, but that's it.
It's lovely. Counselor Chenoweth?
Yes, I don't have a lot to report today. I think I may have already said this, but just in case I didn't, I did meet last month with our superintendent of public education, went over enrollment numbers and projections of what that's looking like going forward. She shared information on birth rates, which was a little bit startling for the state of Oregon. And, all in all, just got to know our superintendent. I also had my second meeting with Jimena. That was a wonderful meeting, one I thoroughly enjoyed, and I'm looking forward to meeting number 3. That should be happening in the next few weeks. And that's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager Adam Garvin?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief. Communications report. So a lot of planning around the McMinnville 150 slated for this summer. The initial planning committee was city staff, Visit McMinnville, McMinnville Chamber, McMinnville Downtown Association, and a representative from the Heritage Museum. We've met several times over the past 2 months and established a framework and have begun coordinating responsibilities. Our next meeting is slated for next week. We also arrived on a finalized logo recently, and I'll send that out to you guys in your email this evening, so you'll have that, and you'll start seeing that on some swag and things like that around and on the website, most likely in June, maybe towards the end of May. And then the plan is to have a community parade and a birthday celebration in Upper City Park on October 17th. And then this will really kick off the summer with some summer fun programming, as well as leaning into some historic preservation month work with Heather and her team. And then on the budget side of things, I wanted to thank Katie, Crystal, Chris, Scott, and Sean, and Noel, each for their dedication and the significant time and effort that it took to ensure the budget was completed accurately and on schedule with our timelines. So the full budget committee would have their hard copies 2 weekends before our first budget committee meeting on the 12th. So as Katie spoke, our target date is to get those to you by Friday. On that note, we'll also make the digital version live tomorrow, so you'll be able to access it online before you get your hard copy. And outside of the staff that was mentioned, it was a challenging year for us because we're still working through that budget software implementation. And so as we got closer to the deadline, there was a number of manual workarounds that needed to be done to make sure we got an accurate budget and still met timelines. And so there was additional workload for their respective teams because they had those manual pivots, and then also for the staff of the organization, just navigating a new software I think is always challenging. And so still more learning to do, but I look forward to a smoother software implementation next year. Local speaking engagements, I've spoke at Noon Rotary and the McMinnville Lions Club this month, and I'm slated to speak at Corporate Coffee next month or June at the latest. I attended the McMinnville School District Long Range Planning Committee initial meeting, and will attend the rest of those meetings. I believe it's a series of 6 or 7, and that's targeting their November 26th ask to the voters, which will most likely be renewing their expiring bond at its current rate. From initial conversations, attended the LOC conference with the mayor, and with that, attended the OC, Oregon City Managers Association workshop, which was very informative, the charter review, the Making Local Government Interesting that the Assistant City Manager of Independence hosted with their Director of Communications. If you haven't checked out their YouTube or their social media, I would encourage you to do that, and it's given us some fresh ideas on engaging our residents with not having iHeartMac software in the upcoming proposed budget. And then also attended the Hermiston Enterprise Zone Tour. Opportunity Zone 2.0 with the Yamhill County Economic Alliance. Attended Leland's retirement last Thursday to send him off to Idaho and thank him for all that silent work that isn't flashy, but he makes sure it smells good in the city, even if it doesn't smell good out there. MDA board meeting, Visit McMinnville board meeting, monthly stable table meeting, monthly MEDP leadership meeting, one-on-one with John Dietz, one-on-one with Chief Godfrey, and toured in Power, and that was all in the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
City Attorney David Lightberg.
Nothing from the legal department tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Heather, do you have anything else you want to talk about tonight?
I just wanted to share that we do have a MURAC vacancy with Dave retiring and moving to Idaho. We will be advertising that here very soon. It's for a resident with a term expiring December 31, 2027. And I always like to share with people that MURAC's a very efficient committee that meets for an hour, gets things done, and has money. So it's a great committee to be on. And the other thing I wanted to share is the planning team worked really hard and successfully met their deadline to send to the printer the updated books for the stroll walking tour of downtown, for the Uncover McMinnville walking tour of the northern residential neighborhood where the downtown merchants lived, and the how to access resources for historic properties. And we will be launching all of those in mid-May and providing them around town. And they should have the new logo on them, from what I understand. So,
Great. Thank you. Okay, so we've had all the reports, and we're going to go back to our city manager, Adam Garvin, who's going to talk about an appraisal and pool renovation. There you go.
Thank you. I'll go through a few different things this evening. This is in response to what you guys asked for at your January work session that we had, or I think it was a work session around CPR bond, and one of those directions was that you guys wanted to get some information around what it would cost to renovate the pool. So since March, I've worked with Pence Construction and Opsis Architecture on what it would look like to bring that current pool site up to modern standards through a renovation that could last another 30 to 50 years. What they have in there right now doesn't include 32% soft costs. If you put the 32% soft costs into that total cost would elevate to about 43 million. And that's just for the pool site. If you go through this Pence report was emailed out to you and will be in the amended packet, it cites what would be done. Essentially, we need to replace all the infrastructure in the pool system that's from the 1950s, where that structure is more of the 86 timeframe. And so that's driving a lot of the costs, and the 25% contingency in there is higher than what would be in a new facility at a standard 10%. And the reason for that is just the unknowns of going into a building this old. The Woodburn site that you guys toured was a 1995 site. They've already spent 25% contingency, and they're only just getting into it. So just wanted to call that out, and that's why that number is where it is. The addition and the parking is, even if you brought that facility up to current standards without any additions, you're not going to meet the needs of the community for the next, 30 to 50 years. And so that's where and even the needs today. And then the parking, currently there's 17 stalls over there. And so what it would look like to bring that up to having some ample parking. I would still say we'd be short on parking for things that are hosted there, but I'll get into that a little bit more. So this is a real basic, high-level site plan. You can see that if you put 100 parking spots in a single-level lot, how much community space that eats up in the pool in the Upper City Park. And then that blue area is that new addition. The east wall where you see the current gym and current mechanical in the Pence report, if you read through that, it'll call out that that'll all be demoed as well because we need to redo all that mechanical. And so that east side will be rebuilt as well. So basically what you're saving is the natatorium and the spectator seating currently. And that's on this next page here where it calls out what the addition would look like. So we'd get some universal changing rooms, which is a high need in today's environment, as well as you'd have new locker rooms, a single controlled access point, so you don't have to go through the locker rooms to get out to the pool deck. You see that on the right side next to the universal changing rooms. And then there'd also be an elevator on the south end next to the men's locker rooms. Currently that's configured an initial concept that you'd have to enter the pool deck area to get to the elevator. But I've also had conversations around extending that hallway out from the men and women's locker room area to be able to get to the elevator that way. So you don't have to enter the pool deck to get to the elevator. What this plan doesn't address is you still wouldn't have a zero depth entry into a rec pool. which has been called out in some of your guys' tours, as well as its best practices to today's pool design standards. You have minimal dry side amenities, so that cross-pollination that you've seen at these combined facilities where the dry side programming really supports the wet side expense that we know is hard to even get to a cost recovery level. You're lacking that. You don't have a child care space or a child watch space. You don't have party rooms with views of the pool, which are a revenue generator because people like to rent those out. And then obviously you have no gymnasium, gymnastic space, or your cardio and weight room is minimal compared to what a new rec facility would get you. What you do get is you get new locker rooms, new admin space. You get to preserve that spectator seating that some community members have talked about. We add an elevator into that for ADA, and then we would revamp the full mechanical system of that to include HVAC, so you'd have better environmental control, as well as you could separate the non-pool area from the pool area, so climate control would be a lot better in locker rooms and in the aquatic staff space. You still would have one universal environment between the two pools, which still creates a challenge because they're different temperatures of water, but it's what you'd end up with. And then this is what that second floor would look like. So we keep all the existing spectator seating, we expand the administration space a little bit, and then add that secondary stairwell and that elevator. Appraisal report for, before I get to that, I'll go to one other thing. So this is a very, very initial site concept plan of what Miller Street property would look like. You'd have 200 parking stalls. You'd have ample overflow parking for large swim events. You'd have future programming space as our city expanded for additional sports activity. And then a new rec site would be overlaid in that northwest corner of that site. We'll get into this plan more in depth at a June 23rd work session. So this is the other piece of what I've been working on since that January, is running these in parallel because you guys want more information on the existing pool. But if we're gonna hit a November 26 bond effort, we also need to be working on what a new site would look like and to be answering some of those unknown questions that the community had as well as you guys had in that January work session. So I just wanted to show this for context as far as what a Miller Street site would look like versus what renovating a current pool would look like. Everything in that center is still up for debate, but taking into account what you guys have shared from your tours, what you've liked, not liked, what staff has said is needed is currently captured in that, but it gets refined every 7 to 10 days, so don't want you to get too attached to it. It's not, I just pulled that out of a presentation, so I'll get that sent over to you. Appraisal report from community center. So only thing we've done with the community center is commission an appraisal which came back at 5.7 is what they see the value is for highest and best use, which the executive summary speaks to that as medium density mixed use commercial development, or an existing institutional or community occupancy, or a conversion to a church or school specific use. So you guys wanted to know what that building was worth. I didn't want to go down the path of expending additional money on what it would take to retrofit that community center, being the pool discussion kind of dominated the January work session, and I didn't feel it would be prudent to expend taxpayer money to look at both these facilities at the same time. If you got to the pool and said, good, that's too much money, we want to focus in on a new facility. If you like the pool retrofit idea, then I think that would be the conversation to have tonight, is what you would like to know about retrofitting the community center as a community center. But tonight, what I'm looking for is direction on where you guys are at with retrofitting the pool. Is that something we still need to get you further information on and further refine at $43 million without even touching the community center and giving up most of your Upper City Park for a parking lot? Is that a non-negotiable for you? Do you guys want to pursue the Miller site? I just wanted to open up for questions and discussion.
Counselor Tukalski?
I would ask that you don't pursue the renovation. You just go for the Miller property for the new facility. I don't want to see a city park taken away, and I think your contingencies fund is even low at that rate. Yeah, my opinion.
Thank you. Any comment down there?
Sure. Well, one, thank you very much for getting that information. I think it is important for us to look at it from every angle. With it being 43 million plus, and it doesn't, I really heard from at least the folks at Newburgh that the dry side's super important. And I don't see how that renovation really takes care of that dry side needed, so.
Counselor Peralta?
Yeah, I agree with all the comments to this point. I also think the size of the existing pool, the pool structure itself is too small.
Counselor Geary?
Yeah, thanks for providing this and doing the work on both fronts. I don't think exploring the renovation of the existing aquatic center merits any more work or consideration.
Counselor Bennett, do you want to weigh in?
Concur with all the other commissioners, but if we don't revitalize it, what happens with it, and is there a cost there? I mean, I know that wasn't your charge, but.
Yeah, I've have some concept ideas that still would need to be fleshed out, and obviously there's a cost to those, but at the root of all that, I would want to look towards what we would have as community partners, whether that's Linfield or the tribe or Visit McMinnville, or how we could repurpose that facility without just putting a wrecking ball through it.
Thank you.
Adam, thank you for everything, and thanks for the council to be willing to go through this.
Is Councilor Chenoweth still online? Oh, okay.
Don't worry, Chris will get there. I agree that I think the cost of just renovating the pool and still not having some of the things that we'd like, like the bulkhead and the ability to block it off. So I would go towards the new facility myself as well. Councilor Chenoweth?
Thank you. I appreciate giving an opportunity to say something. Thank you, Adam, for the work. I appreciate that. A little disappointed we didn't get numbers on the community center, because that would have answered the dry side stuff, but I understand your decision and why you made it. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Anything else? Ready to go home? 9:51, I adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.